Call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Barnett. Senator Barrett. Senator Berry. Senator Blackman. Senator Blackwell. Senator Blunt. Senator Boyd. Senator Brumfield. Senator Bryan. Senator Butler. Senator Carter. Senator Chazanall. Senator Chisholm.
Very good today.
Senator DeBar. Senator Delano. Senator England. Senator Fillingane. Senator Frazier. Senator Harkins. Senator Hickman. Senator Hill. Senator Hobson. Senator Horn. Senator Jackson. Senator Johnson. Senator Jordan. Senator Kirby. Senator Ladner. Senator McCon. Senator McClendon. Senator McMahon. Senator Michelle. Senator Norwood. Senator Parker. Senator Parks. Senator Pope. Senator Rhodes. Senator Robinson. Senator Seymour. Senator Simmons of the 12th. Senator Simmons of the 13th. Senator Sparks. Senator Suber. Senator Tate. Senator Thomas. Senator Thompson. Senator Turner Ford. Senator Whaley. Senator Wiggins. Senator Williams. Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation to be given by Becky Trawick, who is the CEO of the Greater Mississippi Girl Scouts in Jackson, Mississippi, and she's the guest of Senator Robinson. Be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Robinson. Becky?
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. It is such a pleasure. Good morning, everybody. It's such a pleasure to be here and to tell you about the great things going on at Girl Scouts of Greater Mississippi. I first would like to thank Senator Robinson for inviting me. She and I have had the opportunity to work closely through the years as she has served on our board of directors and served as our chair of our board. And under her leadership, we saw many wonderful accomplishments for Girl Scouts. We renovated camps and just really a lot of beautification projects for the organization. So thank you, Senator, and thank you for having us today. I also want to thank each of you for your service to our state and our country. We need you, we need your dedication, and we need our service to God, that we always put God first in everything we do. Today is the birthday of Girl Scouts. We were founded 113 years ago on this day. So help us by celebrating. Have some Thin Mints. I think they go great with a cup of coffee. So enjoy and know that Girl Scouts in Mississippi is strong. We're serving girls. We're going to continue to serve girls. Wonderful scholarships, opportunities that are life-changing. So we thank you all for your service and your commitment to our organization. We've just finished our Cookie Financial Literacy Program, which is the largest in the world. And Mississippians are so kind because we had another wonderful, wonderful year. And I will tell you, to be able to serve as the CEO of Girl Scouts of Greater Mississippi is probably one of the greatest blessings that God has ever given me. So will you join me in prayer together? Dear Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we come to your throne of goodness. Father, we thank you for the many blessings that you have graciously given. We ask that your glory fill our hearts, our homes, our state, and our nation. God, you tell us in Romans 15:13 that you are our hope to face any situation, and may we all hold that dear every day. God, we thank you for the hope and assurance that you provide. We ask for your loving protection, wisdom, and guidance. Help us to honor you in every part of our lives as we fulfill the purpose that you have for each of us. Father, you have blessed this great state and country. May we never forget that our freedom to worship you has always been the foundation of this nation. Thank you for the prestigious gift of being an American and a Mississippian. God, grant us the peace to know that you are always in control. In the beautiful and mighty name of Jesus, I pray. Amen and amen. Amen. Thank you.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me today.
Congratulations. Thank you, Becky. We appreciate the Girl Scouts. Thank you, Senator Robinson. Now the reading of the Journal. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the
Senator
journal.
moves dispense with the reading of the Journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves dispense with the reading of committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next to the reading of the titles and bills and resolutions, recognize Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Introductions. Introductions, Senate. Last chance. Introductions. Senator McClendon,
Introduction, please.
please proceed.
I'm getting there, sir. Senate, today I'd like to welcome on behalf of myself, Senator Blackwell, Senator Jackson, Senator Parker, our first regional library group, Ms. Lori Barnes, the director, Ms. Jennifer Stevenson, David Powell, and Jim Barnes, veterans of U.S. Marines Gulf War. If y'all could please stand. They cover 5 counties, and they do a wonderful job. We appreciate what y'all do.
Senator Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Introduction.
Please proceed.
In the gallery today, attending with Becky Trawick, if you would please stand, we have Tricia Graves, Candy Sanders, and Caroline Welch with the Girl Scouts of Greater Mississippi. Thank you all for being with us today. Welcome, and thank you for the cookies.
Senator Frazier,
2 introductions, please.
please proceed.
I would like to essentially make welcome my high school schoolmate, Miss Paula Bass with the Mississippi Library Association, and joining her would be our librarians from the Mississippi Regional Libraries, Columbus, First Regional, Oxford, and Stocksville. They're to our left. Please make them welcome. And also in the West Gallery, we have with us this morning members of the National Coalition of 100 Black Women of the Central Mississippi chapter. So please make them welcome.
Senator Parks,
An announcement, please.
please proceed.
In the West Gallery this morning, we have Randall Hall, Election Commissioner, the 1st District of Walnut, Mississippi. If you all will join with me and make him welcome this morning as he stands.
Big job. Thank you very much, sir. Other announcements? We'll move quickly to the calendar. Appropriation, Senator Hobson. One moment, Senate.
Mr. President, thank you. I ask that we pass item 1, have it retain its place, and go to, what I'd like to do then is actually take up items 2 through 17 in block.
2 through 17 in block. One moment, Senate. If you will look at 2 through 17. Item 1 retains its place on the calendar. We'll pause one moment for the Senate to look at items 2 through 17.
If no objection to taking up those in block, Mr. President, I would actually make the motion to take them up block.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I ask that the titles be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the titles 2 through 17.
House Bill 1768, Appropriation Education Department of. House Bill 1769, Appropriation Educational Television Authority for. House Bill 1771, Appropriation Library Commission. House Bill 1757, Appropriation Attorney General. House Bill 1759, Appropriation Capital Post-Conviction Counsel Office of. House Bill 1760, Appropriation District Attorneys and Staff. House Bill 1763, Appropriation State Public Defender Office of. House Bill 1764, Appropriation Supreme Court Court of Appeals and Trial Judges Services. House Bill 1745, Appropriation Medicaid Division of. House Bill 1742, Appropriation Human Services Department of. House Bill 1739, Appropriation Child Protection Services Department of. House Bill 1754, Appropriation Rehabilitation Services Department of. House Bill 1741, Appropriation Health Department of. House Bill 1728, Appropriation Port Authority State. House Bill 1731, Appropriation Pat Harrison Waterway District. House Bill 1732, Appropriation Pearl River Valley Water Supply District.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I move adoption of the strike-alls and be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike-alls.
Thank you, Mr. President. These are the House bills that have come to us on the various agencies. I will let you know that since the House has passed their bills, if those in appropriations know this, the State Health Insurance Board has requested increases starting January 2026 for health insurance. So certainly the numbers are going to be off on all these budgets. So we've got a strike-all here that will have the language in that would include that, but we're going to send this back to the House on all these items. I'll yield for questions if there are any. And these are the LBR, just like our Senate bills are, with the exception of anything I noted before. Reverse repealers are in each of these bills too.
Question, Senator Hill.
I understand that these are taken up in block. Is there any way we can vote no on one or two of them after they're taken up in block?
Yes.
Okay.
One moment, please. Is there anyone else? All right, Senator.
Motion is to adopt the strike-alls.
Motion is to adopt the strike-all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes do have it.
Now, I move for passage of these items based on using the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded voting no. Senator Hill?
3 and 4.
Items 3 and 4. Mr. Clerk, items 3 and 4, 1769 and 1770. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill's passed by use of morning roll call. Senator Hill voting no on items 3 and 4. Item 18, Senator.
Ask that we pass item 18, and then my motion is to take up items 19, 20, and 21 in block.
19, 20, and 21 in block. One moment, let the Senate take a look. 19, 20, and 21. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
All in favor? Do I need to, we vote on taking them up in block?
Take them up in block. I'm sorry, you're correct, Senator. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. We're taking it up in block. Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
House Bill 1738, Appropriation Yellow Creek State Inland Port Authority. House Bill 1771, Appropriation Transportation Department of. House Bill number 1756, Appropriation Athletic Commission.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. I move adoption of the strike all. Ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Same issues here with these three bills. I'll yield for questions. If none, I move adoption of the strike calls.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill, Senator.
Move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no on any of the bills? No. Present? Seeing none, the bills passed by use of the morning roll call. Item 22, Senator.
As we skip item 22, and then I would ask that my motion would be to take out items 23 through 30 in block.
23 through 30 in block, Senate. We'll take you just a moment to look. 23 through 30, Senate. Okay. All right, Senator.
Motion, take them up in block.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Ask the titles be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
House Bill 1740, Appropriation Board of Cosmetology and Barbering. House Bill 1723, Appropriation Engineers and Land Surveyors Board of Registration for Professional. House Bill 1725, Appropriation Foresters Board of Regulation for. House Bill 1749, Appropriation Optometry Board of. House Bill 1755, Appropriation Social Workers and Marriage and Family Therapists Board of Examiners for. House Bill 1765, Appropriation Veterans Home Purchase Board. House Bill 1746, Appropriation Medical Licensure Board of. House Bill 1748, Appropriation Nursing Board of.
Make the usual motion.
Make the usual motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you. Same issue with these items. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Questions? Seeing none.
Motion is adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Now my suggestion passes by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure or wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, bills all passed by use of morning roll call. Item 31, Senator.
As we skip item 31, have it retain its place, go to item 32 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1750, Appropriation Physical Therapy Board.
I'll make the usual motion.
Use your motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Move adoption of the strike all. Ask to be recognized to explain.
You recognized.
Same issue here, sending it back to the House with the changes, reverse repealer, and health insurance increases. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Seeing none,
Move adoption of the strike all.
all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Now I suggest passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Board voting no. Present? Passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator,
As we skip item 33, have it retain its place, and then my motion is to take up items 34 through 49 in block.
okay, Senate 34 through 49. We'll pause one moment to have you look at that. 34 through 49.
49. Yeah.
Senator Harkins, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if you would, please help me welcome in the West Gallery a young man spending his spring break where all the action is, not on the beach, but in the Mississippi Capitol, Jack Rybeck from Missouri. He is in the Lot Leadership Institute at Ole Miss, a junior. Please give him a warm Senate welcome.
Okay. Motion, Senator, en bloc. Your motion in block, sir.
Yes, sir. Aye.
All opposed, no. In block, Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
House Bill number 1744, Appropriation Insurance Department of. House Bill 1743, Appropriation Fire Academy. House Bill 1762, Appropriation Public Employees Retirement System. House Bill 1733, Appropriation Public Service Commission. House Bill 1734, Appropriation Public Utility Staff. House Bill 1724, Appropriation Environmental Quality Department. House Bill number 1730, Appropriation Oil and Gas Board. House Bill 1735, Appropriation Soil and Water Conservation Commission. House Bill 1737, Appropriation Wildlife, Fisheries and Parks Department. House Bill 1722, Appropriation Archives and History Department. House Bill 1767, Appropriation Arts Commission. House Bill 1726, Appropriation Forestry Commission. House Bill 1727, Appropriation Grand Gulf Military Monument Commission. House Bill 1729, Appropriation Marine Resources Department. House Bill 1761, Appropriation Legislative Expenses. House Bill 1753, Appropriation Real Estate Commission.
Make the usual motion.
Makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Now,
Senator, you ready for questions?
now move adoption of the strike all. Mr.
Adoption of the strike all. Senator Blackwell?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry, we hold number 49, set it out by itself?
One moment. We've already been blocked, Senator.
All right, thank you.
If you,
Senator Hickman?
Introduction at the appropriate time.
Please proceed while they're conferencing here. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two brief introductions. We have with us in the gallery Ms. Linda Floyd and a group of Democratic women. We'd ask they stand so the Senate can make them feel welcome. Also, we have Ms. Donna Cleveland and a group from the Kemper-Newton Regional Library System. We ask that she would stand and let the Senate make them feel welcome as well.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. After the vote. All right, now we're on the vote. Senator, your motion is?
if no questions, I move adoption of the strike alls.
Adoption of the strike all. In favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. Now I suggest passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to the procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Blunt?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that I be recorded as voting present on item number 43, House Bill 1722.
Present, 43. Senator Blackwell?
Thank you, Mr. President. On item number 49, I'd like to be recorded as voting present.
Present, item 49, House Bill 1753. Mr. Clerk, anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes with 2 votes present as noted. Senator Hobson?
As we skip item 50, have it retain its place, go to item 51, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1766, Appropriation, Reappropriation, DFA, Bureau of Building, Fiscal Year 2025.
Make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it.
Move adoption of the strike all. I'll yield
You
for
recognize
questions.
You're recognized to explain strike all, Senator.
That's right. I'll yield for questions if there are any. This is sending this bill back. Same as the other ones, repealer, health insurance increases, et cetera.
Questions? Senator Bryan?
This,
Question.
Yes, sir. Will you yield, Senator Hobson?
I do yield.
Senator Bryan, you're recognized for a question.
Senator Hobson, I see we're getting to the end of this particular appropriations calendar, and it seems the time at least to express a concern about this budget and future budgets. I know that we get a huge amount of money coming into the state from federal funds. I know that's a huge amount of our budget. I keep hearing every day that federal funds are being frozen and reduced. Do you know what impact all of this is going to have, not only on this budget, but on the budgets in future years? And is it potentially a large impact?
Well, I certainly do not know what impact it's going to have in future years, and frankly, don't know exactly what impact it could have on our current budget. That's why I have always been a proponent for us taking as much time as we can, getting in our, having our final revenue estimating committee meet and determine what they expect for FY 2026 as we set the budget. As you know, because you've been here as long or longer than anyone in this chamber, things can change dramatically in a short amount of time, and so certainly we want to have all the information that we can as we set the budget. And there could be some things that happen at the federal level that impact what we're doing. I've seen a few things that I expect that if they do happen, could have an impact on our budgeting for this year. But I'm definitely monitoring that closely, as are others. I know the Lieutenant Governor he and I have spoken about this issue, and many others on the committee and throughout the chamber have talked about some of the things that may be impacted. But I'm trying to keep a close eye on what's happening there and if that will have any impact. And as a matter of fact, as I mentioned, if you heard at the beginning, our health insurance board recently enacted an increase for January, starting in January 2026. So that will impact how much we have to spend for health insurance premiums for our employees. Does that help, and does that answer your question, Senator Bryan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, in large part. You mentioned my being here a long time, and when you say that, I'm reminded of a conversation my father, who was on the school board, had with the school superintendent, who said, we've got some teachers working here who've had 20 years of experience, and we've got some teachers who've had 1 year of experience 20 times, so longevity may or may not count for that much. But I
said it in a measure of respect.
Well, I understand, but
durability, Senator.
And I appreciate that. But what concerns me is I have been here a long time, and I've seen ups and I've seen downs, but I don't think I've ever been in a situation where the future situation was as uncertain as it is now. And I'm not implying that things are going to get better or worse. I'm just simply concerned that we just don't know what the future holds and won't know for a while. We don't know what the effect of federal cutbacks is going to be. We don't know what the effect of tariffs is going to be. And it just seems to be a very uncertain time. And I think, Mr. Chairman, that you can, depending on how you add it, our federal funds are either half the budget or more than half the budget, depending on how you count it. Is that estimate right?
Pardon, I didn't hear the end of your question.
Is that estimate right, that federal funds are half the budget or maybe a little bit more, depending on how you treat federal funds?
Yeah, it's when you consider our entire budget, not, obviously not just the general fund budget, the federal funds are more than what our general fund budget is. So, this federal funds play a significant part of what the state budget is. We focus primarily on what the general fund budgeting is and our special state funds when we craft the budgets. But as you well know, certainly things like education, Medicaid have a lot of federal funds that come to the state that we serve as a pass-through for those funds. Thank you, Senator Ryan.
Further questions? Seeing none, Senator.
I think we were on the strike all, I believe. So if I have not passed the strike all, my motion is that we adopt the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it.
Now I suggest passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. No object to the procedure. Voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passed by use of morning roll call. Thank you, Senator. Senator Parks. Local and private. Obtain their place on the calendar. Motions to reconsider. Senate motions to reconsider. Bryan. Senator Bryan. On item 65, Senate.
I ask that we pass item 65.
Pass and retain its place on the calendar. Boyd. Item 66.
I move to table the motion, call it up and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1193, Public K through 12 and Post-Secondary Schools Prohibit DEI Statements and Practices.
Okay, Senator.
Mr. President, I move to table the motion to reconsider.
Motion is to table the motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Motion table. That's 66. 67. Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 67, House Bill 1268, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1268, Mississippi Save Our Service Member Task Force created to study and make recommendations concerning mental health needs of military members.
Do I make the usual motion on this? Make the usual motion?
No.
No, okay. My motion is that we do reconsider the vote by which it passed.
Motion is to reconsider the vote by which it passed. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have an amendment, and I'd like to ask for Senator England to come and explain it.
Senator England, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I really appreciate Senator Jeff Tate allowing me to do this. This amendment, do we have a copy of the amendment?
One moment. We do not, I don't believe. Is it up on the screen? One moment. Which one is on the screen? Okay, Senator, we're ready.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, what this amendment does, it adds a task force into this bill that already has a task force in it for military members, but this adds a new section that creates a task force, the Mississippi First Responder PTSD and Suicide Prevention Task Force. This task force will exist for 1 year, essentially, through December of 2025. The purpose is to bring members from many different first responder groups together to discuss suicide and suicide prevention and things that they're doing. I think this is, when I was asked to put this amendment in, what made sense to me is that we have all of these groups that work together to provide these types of services and address this issue of PTSD and suicide within our first responder ranks, and this will allow them to look at that and come together and figure out the best way to deal with it. So that's what the amendment does, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator.
My motion is to adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. The amendment is adopted.
Are you going to move?
He told me to.
Yeah, okay, yeah, thank you.
My motion for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Does anyone object to the procedure? Voting no. Present. Use of the morning roll call. Bill passes. Wiggins. Wiggins. Senator Wiggins. Senator Hawkins. 68 remains as placed on the calendar. 69, Senator
Thank you,
Hawkins.
Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 69, House Bill 1341, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1341, Mississippi Healthcare Industry Zone Act, extend repeal on act and related tax incentives.
My motion is that we table the motion to reconsider.
Motion is to table the motion to reconsider. All in favor signify. Pardon me? Senator Bryan, would you like to speak on it? On the motion? Senator Bryan, you recognize to speak on the motion?
Thank you, Mr. President. I do not oppose the motion to table, but I entered a motion on this because it's a matter I'd like to call to the Senate's attention, and it's an example of the sort of thing that I worry about a great deal. This proposal for the healthcare industry zone was originally a proposal to help develop things in the area around the University of Mississippi Medical Center, the Medical Mall, St. Dominic's Baptist Hospital, all the various other healthcare entities that were in that area. Almost immediately upon the bill being introduced, there were objections from first one group and another that they were excluded from the healthcare zone So now the healthcare zone includes, I think, 70-something counties. The legislation gives you a tax credit for doing something. The idea was that giving people a tax credit for locating in this healthcare zone would encourage activity there. I don't know that there's any particular reason to believe that that would have encouraged people to locate there. But we have a habit of thinking we give people a tax credit anytime we wish to encourage an activity, and that's not always useful. Ironically, what has happened in this situation, since the healthcare zone is so broad, is that anybody in the state building a healthcare facility is entitled to a tax credit for doing it. And indeed, there are people who have received tax credits for moving out from the healthcare zone, which is the original intent of the bill, into another part of the state, and they get a tax credit for building their clinic somewhere else. The minute we pass something, and it gets in those little books over there, the world is full of people who are reading very carefully what we have passed to see if they can get an advantage for themselves or their clients. There's not anything illegal, immoral, or fattening about that. But I mention this at this time to say with every bill that comes through granting a tax credit, and indeed with the legislation that comes through public health, I'm keenly aware, and all of us need to be keenly aware, that we can do something which has unintended consequences, and that's why I personally always try to go slow and think carefully before we act. And again, I do not object to the motion to table.
Senator, your motion is the motion to table. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Brian?
I go to item 70 and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
1502, Mississippi Hemp Cultivation Act provides provision of and legalized manufacturing and sale of hemp beverages.
Senator Blackwell tells me we do need to reconsider this, so I move that we reconsider the vote by which the bill passed, and I ask the chair to recognize Senator Blackwell.
Senator Blackwell, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, want to reconsider the vote by which the bill passed yesterday.
That's the first motion, to reconsider the vote.
And ask the members to vote aye.
And ask the members to vote aye. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I'd like to reconsider the vote by which the strike all passed, and again, ask the membership to vote aye.
The vote is to reconsider the vote by which the strike all passed. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Vote no. No. The ayes have it, Senator.
And then again, reconsider the vote by which the amendment to the strike all passed. And I need to ask the body to vote aye.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Senator Sparks, for what purpose?
Before we vote, is it proper that I ask a question before we vote?
And I'm sorry, we're back on the bill. You'll have a chance to answer the question now, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to let him say what he wanted to say, and I'll hold my question until he's done.
Yeah, we won't go to the final passage, Senator. You'll get your opportunity here momentarily.
It's my understanding that we're now back on the reverse repealer, and we're going to ask that the repealer be removed. As I explained to the body yesterday, we've spent countless hours this summer with the Department of Health, Department of Revenue, and other affected parties going through this bill, trying to clean it up. And in part, it goes to Senator Sparks's issues from last year. He had a number of issues that I think we found were valid. And again, we tried to take care of that. The Representative Yancey and I have worked hand in hand in this, and it's his intention to concur with this bill once we send it over to their side. So that's an explanation of why I want to remove the strike all.
Okay, now Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President, for a question.
You have a question, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In removing the strike all, you believe, I'm assuming, that the bill is perfect the way it is and needs no adjustment?
It's as close to, I don't know if anything's ever perfect, but it's a good bill. And
But-
I'm satisfied with it, and Representative Yancey's satisfied with it.
And that's 2 out of 174 that are satisfied with it, which is why I asked for a reverse repealer. I didn't ask to kill the bill. I asked that we have time to address it. But since it appears we're going to fast track it and everybody in here needs to know what they're voting for, I want to ask a couple of clarification questions because I didn't ask yesterday. I just wanted to put a reverse repealer in. But since we're trying to take it out, I want to ask a question. The beverage portion in this bill, is that intoxicating?
It's intoxicating hemp, or there's THC in it, and it's referred to as an intoxicating beverage, just like beer, light wine, and light spirits.
Does it have the substances in it that make it intoxicating like beer, light wine, and alcohol? Is it alcohol that makes it intoxicating or some other substance?
The other substances.
And what is the other substance?
It'd be THC.
THC. Is that also known as the intoxicating portion of the cannabis plant?
I believe so.
All right. And you got to be 21 years old to buy it, correct?
Correct.
And have a medical cannabis card?
No.
No. Oh. Can I just buy it recreationally?
Senator, you can buy it right now.
No. I'm talking about your bill. Your bill's cleaning everything up. Your bill's perfect, except I just want to make sure the body understands it, and I can speak on final passage and will briefly, and this is all I will say. This is a recreational THC program in the state of Mississippi that your bill, if we strip the reverse repealer out, will make it, for the first time ever, this body will have voted for recreational intoxicating THC to be legal.
I disagree with that.
How do you, then please tell me why.
These beverages are available right now. What we're doing is regulating them and putting some guardrails on which do not exist. It's going to be regulated just like beer and light wine and spirits. You have to be 21 to purchase it.
But it's not like beer and light wine. It is THC.
It's not alcohol.
That's correct. It's for the first time. Do you know of any other place in law that we allow THC to be bought legally in the state of Mississippi for intoxicating purposes without a medical cannabis card?
Yes, we have it right now.
No, in statute.
I don't know about it in statute.
Okay, so this will be the first time we are statutorily, as the legislature, saying you can have intoxicating THC without any justification other than you're over the age of 21.
If that's your interpretation, that's fine. You can also drink beer, alcohol over the age of 21 as well, which I would submit is more, probably worse for you than what these beverages are.
Okay, that's a different argument for a different day. I just want to make sure the body's clear what we're doing. Thank you.
No other questions. I move that.
We have a series of questions, Senator.
Okay.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
I like to speak on final passage.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I hope, Mr. Chairman, your question?
Yes, sir.
Listen, I hope you realize I've done detailed study on THC, and you'll realize how dangerous it is.
Yes, sir. That's why we've limited the drinks to no more than 5 milligrams in a 12-ounce
I know,
container.
but 5 milligrams of a dangerous drug is enough to create chaos.
Well, sir, that's your opinion.
I know it's my opinion, and I've dealt with THC in terms of studying it, but this body's going to go ahead and accept it as though it's a normal drunken as any other. We are really treading on dangerous ground. I just want to make aware of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Blackman, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Yield to Senator Blackman.
I just wanted to clarify,
You can walk into the grocery store of your choice right now and get this THC drink, right?
Yes, sir.
And we don't have any regulations on it whatsoever.
That's correct.
And what this bill would do is place regulations on it.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Senator Hickman,
Question, Mr. President.
you asked a question, sir?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for yielding. Just a quick question here. I want us to just look at the whole of the bill. The object of this bill, if I'm not mistaken, is to take these products that are harmful and dangerous out of our convenience stores that are readily available right now in Mississippi. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so we've talked about this for a couple of years, and we tried different things. I think some people got confused yesterday. At one point, we were trying to put it in a dispensary and do all of this kind of stuff. But at this point, we've come to a point where we're banning these products that we've all had question about and getting them off of our shelves in the store.
That's correct.
And finally, if we don't pass this piece of legislation, what will happen?
Then all this stuff will still be there, and you can let kids get it, and I'm sure there's a lot of overdoses with it. As I mentioned yesterday, this stuff is significantly stronger than anything in the medical cannabis program.
And so by doing nothing or by voting against this bill, we're allowing these things to stay on the shelves where anybody can purchase them and, do whatever.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'd like to speak on the bill on final passage.
Other questions? Senator McClendon?
Question, please.
You here for a question, Senator?
I'll yield if
Senator
it's
McClendon?
pertaining to the bill.
Yeah, recognized for a question on this bill, Senator.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm following the rules. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a limit on how many of these hemp drinks you can buy?
No.
So I could buy, relatively, if I bought however many cases it would be to make an ounce of marijuana?
I don't follow you.
At one time?
I don't follow you on the question.
What's the maximum limit I can buy of this drink in the store?
Well, if you go to the store, it's whatever inventory the store has or whatever wallet you're carrying.
So could I realistically then buy enough to where it could be illegal for me to have it?
No. Not
With the
that I'm aware.
THC in it?
No. Each container cannot exceed 5 milligrams of THC.
When these cases come, are they wrapped in plastic? Are they?
My understanding, they're generally packed in a 4-pack versus a 6-pack like beer is normally done.
But I can buy enough cans and have them in my possession in my car, enough of these that it would be same as being illegal if I had it in a sack.
I'm sorry, I don't follow your questioning.
If I have enough cans of what is sold in the convenience stores right now, and I had an illegal product that was in a baggie, I could realistically have more THC in my car in the cans than I could in my baggie.
I guess. You kind of got a warped view there. You're talking about marijuana in a bag, dried product, and now you're talking about a liquid.
But it's THC either way.
There is THC in it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sparks.
Just to speak on the amendment before the vote.
On the amendment before the vote. Thank you, Senator. We're getting there. We got two more. Senator Barrett,
Thank you, Mr. President. Question?
please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I guess to kind of summarize this, the question would be, is this not contradictory to the cannabis bill, the medical marijuana bill that we passed some years ago? Because, and if I could, before you answer, it seems that it was, the principal issue was let's put THC into dispensaries to help people with medical conditions. And this is putting THC in a cooler in a convenience store, so it seems contradictory. So I guess my question is, does this law, will it put the medical cannabis bill, which we passed, do they not contradict one another?
I don't think so. No, sir.
Thank you.
Senator Younger,
Introduction at the proper time.
it'll be just a minute, sir. Senator Simmons, D.
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield for a question, sir?
I'll yield.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. When we go to the liquor store, is there a limit on how much vodka we can purchase?
No, sir, there's not.
What about bourbon?
No, sir.
When you go to the grocery store, I know my boys, they eat cereal. Is there a limit on how much milk you can buy?
No, sir. Again, all those go back to the inventory of the store and how much money you have in your wallet.
But the purpose of this bill, as I understand it, is to place regulations on products that we deem to be unsafe. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. It's to remove them off the shelf, and then we're putting safeguards on these beverages, which are in many states have adopted, and many more are adopting.
Thank you, Chairman Blackwell, for all your leadership on this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Okay. On the amendment, Senator Sparks, you would desire to speak on the amendment. One moment. Senator Hill, you want to speak on final passage? And I had someone else here. On final passage, Senator? Okay, we're on the amendment, and Senator Sparks is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is a reverse repealer. That's all this is. To strip this reverse repealer out sends it as written to the House, where it appears, based on what's been said from the well today, the House will roll it out and it'll become law. So your final vote on it is something else. But leaving the reverse repealer in it and going to conference where this can be worked out to see if ABC is even involved in this, because we sure want to pretend it's alcohol. It's not alcohol. It's THC. It's cannabis. It's marijuana. And this will be a recreational marijuana vote that you're taking today. If you vote to take this reverse repealer out, you're taking away any opportunity to fix whatever needs to be fixed. But I want to be very clear, because I don't want it to be unfair to you in the future, because people are comparing cereal and liquor. The difference with cereal and liquor is they're not against the federal law. So show me where you can sell marijuana in the state of Mississippi legally, THC product, and I will say the only place it can be done legally is in the medical cannabis program, and I've taken cussings over the medical cannabis program. I did not support Initiative 65 because it was an end run to recreational, and one of these days we're going to get to recreational, but it will not be with my affirming vote. So I'm just sharing with you what this vote is, and I'm asking you to vote no, is to strip the reverse repealer out that may keep us going to conference so that we can get this right. Otherwise, you strip this reverse repealer out, you pass this bill again, this vote is for recreational THC that is intoxicating. No card needed except you show you're over the age of 21. It is not alcohol. It is marijuana, it's THC. And I'd ask you to vote. Legal's telling me I must have accidentally drank one of those beverages before I came up here earlier. I want the reverse repealer to stay in. Do not let it be stripped out. Now he says, I want you to vote yes. I can assure you, I don't want the reverse repealer taken out. So whatever he says, do opposite. Thank you.
Senator Blackwell.
Hey, I was with you, Senator Sparks.
We're on the amendment, Senator.
Thank you. I move for adoption of the amendment to the strike-all and ask the body to vote no.
He asks the body to vote no. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No!
Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Blackman. Blackwell.
No.
Blunt. Boyd. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fielding. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. Ladner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Rhodes. Robinson. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barnett. Barrett. Blunt. Butler. Carter. Delano.
No.
England. Frazier. Harkins. Harkins said aye. Okay, let's see who else we have here. McMahon. Wiggins. Voting yes or yea. Barrett, Berry, Boyd, Bryan, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Jackson, Jordan, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Parker, Parks, Pope, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Spark, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, and Younger. Voting no or nay. Barnett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Brumfield, Butler, Carter, Delano, England, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Johnson, Michelle, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, Turner Ford, Wiggins, and Williams. Okay, y'all are right, 30.
By a vote of 30 to 21, it passes.
Mr. President, this time I'd like to move for the adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it.
If no further questions, ask for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator Hill, you're recognized to speak on the bill. Senator Hickman, you're next. Senator Wickens, you're recognized.
The chair announced that the amendment passed. What was the result of the vote on the amendment, and where does that leave the bill?
It's 30 to 24. 1 second, please.
And Mr. President, does that mean
The strike all is still in, sir, and the amendment was 30 to 21.
meaning the amendment with the reverse repealer passed?
Yes, it's still in.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Senator Hill, speaking on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the body for listening to what Senator Sparks had to say, because many times we don't know what's actually happening, and it has to be clarified. First of all, there's no good reason that the members of this body that would like to get some of these products out of the convenience stores and quick stops should have to be voting on a bill that also contains recreational THC as a drink. That's called being held hostage and having all these things crammed into a bill to try to force you to vote one way because you want one thing, but you don't want the other thing. The people sent us up here to make decisions. They didn't send the lobbyists up here to run your government. The body can take control and make sure that we don't have conflicting things in these bills like we see over and over and over. Make sure that you know what you're voting for. We can change these things. We just have to speak up. We ought to be able to vote on one thing or another. We ought not have to vote on all this stuff jammed into one bill because this lobbyist wants this and this lobbyist wants that, and the legislatures are caught in the middle and held hostage. I'm tired of being held hostage. I hope a lot of you are tired of being held hostage. Wake up and listen to what's going on in these committees, and let's make sure that we don't get in the predicament that the federal government's in with the way they do business, because it's headed in that direction here. And last time I checked, using Google and AI, THC is still federally illegal. It's still a federally illegal substance. And like Senator Barnett said, we've never been able to purchase this. Senator Barrett said, we've never been able to purchase this outside of the medical cannabis program. But this bill, if it was passed as is, would make it legal outside the medical cannabis program, like Senator McClendon said, to go fill your buggy full of it. Go fill your buggy full of it. So that's how these things happen. That's how these things happen. So I'm just asking people to pay attention to what's going on up here, and let's make sure that we're not held hostage on something that we do want against something that we don't want. And you know what? I think you can explain to your people how you vote if you tell them what's in these bills. Because honestly, if they saw how this worked up here, they'd be mighty disappointed. So I just want to thank y'all for keeping that reverse repealer in that bill.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wiggins.
Question for the chairman.
Senator Blackwell, you yield for a question?
Oh, yield.
So, thank you. So the reverse repealer is in the bill, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the vote that if I understand it, that means that it's got to go to conference, correct?
Correct.
Okay. hearing some of the debate in conference, y'all would consider having a discussion about the drinks, is that right?
We would consider having more, I would imagine.
Okay, so if we vote for it, it will go to conference, allowing that to happen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Okay.
No other questions. That move for final passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Object to the procedure. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. Ladner. McCon. McLendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Hope. Rhodes. Robinson. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barrett. Berry. Brumfield. Chisholm. DeBar. Hickman. Jackson. Jordan. Ladner. McCon. McLendon. Parker. Seymour. Suber. Wiggins. Younger. Voting yes or yea, Barnett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Chazanall, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hobson, Horn, Johnson, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parks, Pope, Rhodes, Robinson, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Suber, Thomas, Turner Ford, Wiggins, and Williams. Voting no or nay, Barrett, Berry, Boyd, Chisholm, DeBar, Hill, Jackson, Jordan, McClendon, Parker, Seymour, Sparks, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, and Younger.
Senator Younger, I recognize you for an announcement, sir, introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery, I have with me the Columbus Library representation, Aaron Busby, Melissa Duncan, Laney Turner. Please give them a warm welcome, Senate.
One moment. Senator Polk, are you passing on the next one, sir? Senator Polk passes on 71. Senator Bryan? 1 second, Senator. I'll announce this. We'll start with you, sir. Bill passes 35 to 16. 35 to 16, Senator Blackwell. Okay, Senator Bryan, we're on 72, sir.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
72. House Bill 1123, Pharmacy Benefit Managers and Pharmacy Services Administrative Organizations provide certain regulations for.
I move we take the bill from the table.
Motion is to table the bill?
The motion is to take the bill from the table.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Way to go, Senator. You got some good eyes there. It's taken from the table, Senator. It is taken from the table. The vote was aye. Ayes have it.
Okay. Procedurally, we are on the strike all that was adopted or was pending when we laid the bill on the table. I'd like, before asking the chair to recognize Senator Parks, I'd like to explain some of the history of this. To start with, this is a very small part of a very big problem, and the problem is the way we provide and take for health care and pay for health care in this country. We have all manner of people involved in the healthcare world who are not making people well and not keeping people well. We have all these lawyers, we have all these accountants, we have all these politicians, we have pharmacy benefit managers, we have managed care companies, we have insurance companies. None of them are making anybody well. But there is a constant effort to move around who is going to pay for what item, and the transaction costs of that are just through the roof, which is why no industrialized country in the world other than the United States has the situation we have. So with that as a background, where we are is we're dealing with a particular animal called a pharmacy benefit manager. I'm going to say, Mr. President, overwhelmingly, people in this chamber and in this Capitol support independent pharmacists in our local drugstores. They also support our employers. Unfortunately, there is a situation where those two groups appear to be in a situation where they can't agree on anything about this issue, and so we're going to have to act like we are legislators and vote. I've tried very hard to do what I could to have an open process about this. We took up the Senate bill, the House sent us a House bill. That was all done Those bills were present for everybody to read. After the Senate and House had passed their bills, I got a call from some people in the House that said they were getting together a group of people to work on something and that there would be broad representation in that group. A few days later, I obtained from them a proposal which they said had broad support, and that if we could pass that proposal, they felt the House would concur in it. That's the basis for the strike all amendment that's before you. It's got a few technical changes. Unfortunately, in the original committee sub, there was a typo or two, but basically this is the bill that came out of the House, which is very similar to the bill the Senate passed. I've tried to make everyone aware of where we are, and I've waited until this point to call the bill up to let everyone have a chance to look at it and weigh in with his or her thoughts. But having said that, I would ask the chair to recognize Senator Parks to explain the strike all amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. As he has expressed, there were some changes from the House, and that's what we have today. I'll quickly tell you what those changes were. The changes were that the discount card, we had asked for the 7-day reimbursement. It went back to the 60-90 day. Section 5, there was a pricing where it called out for the AWP, the NADAC. What we did is that they asked that that language go back to the original language. The original language, of course, was the gold standard, along with other methods. And then the third thing that was asked about was that we change to make sure that the state health plan was throughout the bill and was came underneath the purview of the PBM. And those are the three things that were changed from the House. So this is the same bill that has been out there that we passed in February only with those three changes made. One of the things, a couple of questions that I get pretty often, and I know it's been very confusing, is about self-insurers and are they still in the bill? And if we go to line 533 on spread pricing, we made these corrections, I think this was last year when we passed the bill originally out of this chamber. We had that language corrected, and it's on line 533, where it states that this section does not apply to the self-insure plan. And then we have one of our larger employers that has always been very concerned, and I know I have a couple of colleagues that always ask me about this section, and it's in line 620, and Ingalls is always very concerned because, and it says, this section shall not apply to facilities licensed to fill prescriptions solely for employees of a plan sponsor or employer. So I wanted to make sure and point those out in what sections those are in and what lines those are in, because those are very commonly asked questions that I get. And I'm happy to yield and answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Senator. We'll start with Senator Burlingame. Pardon me?
For an introduction at the proper time, Mr. President.
Okay, one moment, please. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question?
You here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Parks, I was trying to pay attention to what you were saying about the state health plan. Will you tell me again, is the state health plan excluded in this bill?
No, the state health plan was added throughout the bill. It was always in the definition sections, but it was not always throughout the plan, especially in the sections of the PBM, and it is today. It has been added.
Okay. Have you talked with anyone at DFA about how will that cost the state more money by not excluding them from this bill?
Sir, I have plenty of evidence here today and data based on other states where insurance don't go up, it goes down.
Okay, and I haven't seen that, but so have we had? I know when we had this bill before us
Yes.
Earlier, I asked for if there was a fiscal note available. So now that we've come back and made sure we're making sure the state plan is not excluded, do we have a fiscal note on that?
The state health plan was never excluded. It was always in the bill,
Okay.
always.
Well, and that's
But
why I think
it
we
is
need a
more-
fiscal note.
Yeah, but there is, I would tell you that it has been in the bill, but we just added language because people really wanted it to be clarified. So we did it as technical language clarifications throughout the bill.
Okay, so they were never excluded. I understand that. So the
Correct.
state health plan, just to be clear, the state health plan is included
Yes.
in this bill.
Yes.
Is there a fiscal note on that inclusion?
No, and there's not a need for one.
Why is there not a need for one?
Why, well, I guess I would ask you, why would you need a physical note on something of that nature, sir?
Well, because we have, I don't know how many state employees we have. This is potentially going to increase the cost of the state if they are now included under this plan, because the contracted rates that they have been able to get on behalf of the employees of the state, that's going away. We're essentially saying whatever you've contracted, the state is now going to regulate that. You can't do that anymore. So it could potentially cost the state money.
I guess I totally don't understand that, because I don't think that, I guess I would have to have, I'm asking you for some type of proof of that, because in this bill today, before you, I don't see that.
Okay, Senator Parks, let me ask you this way then. The Section 4, I believe it's Section 4.4, specifically states that if a pharmacy, if a pharmacist is losing money on a drug and they bring forth the proof of that, the board could then require everyone to pay the same price or to make up for the loss that they have to pay. So in other words, the employers would then have to come out of pocket to pay more for that prescription because another pharmacist was paying more for that drug.
They can now file a claim, and they do have to, it is required that they don't have to pay any more than they pay anybody else, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that is going to go up. I mean, because you're going to have some drugs that, you know, maybe they're not charging as much. So I don't see that as a valid argument today.
No, and look, I appreciate you not seeing it as a valid argument. I think that the handout that we have from MEC and MMA and Massey in front of us says that they all have that same concern about costs going up on this. So you may not see it as valid, but a lot of our very important business leaders across the state obviously see it as valid. So I wanted to make sure that we were clear on that we're not exempting the state plan. Businesses are telling us that if we pass this legislation, that costs are going to go up for these employers that provide those plans, and the state of Mississippi is one of those employers that provides one of those plans. So I think a fiscal note would have been very helpful on this.
You know, maybe I don't disagree with that, but at this point, but here's my concern, Senator England, is that we have passed this bill last year. We have passed this bill. This language has been out there since January, and it's really odd to me that you just get a note on your desk today or yesterday.
Well, and look, Senator Parks,
concern.
That happens a lot. Well, and to be fair, I've asked questions, I think, every time this bill has come up. So it's been a concern, and it's been folks that have reached out to me. So this isn't new. And I also want to point out that I don't think this is something that we all don't want to see fixed. I just think that this language that we are trying to put into state law here goes too far. In fact, it goes to the point where it could end up costing jobs. It also is a state regulation that the state of Mississippi, if we pass this law, the state gets in between two parties of a contract and tells them you can't do that. So do you disagree with that?
I want to go back to your section that you recanted, and that was in section 4.4.
That's correct.
And I would like to point out that section 4, if we go to that bill, has been in law. That is not new language. That has been in law for 20 years. So I guess, again, I'm going to ask back to you, sir, why is it a concern today and it hasn't been in 20 years?
Well, because this bill specifically is going to apply this to self-insured and plans that are under ERISA.
Sir, I'm going to repeat this one more time.
No, I understand.
Section 4, if
Right.
you go to that bill and you look back 10 years ago, that was the same language that you have today that you had 10 years, 15 years, and 20 years ago. So that cost and how that's been, and that appeal process has always been there, and that reimbursement. If you want to look on lines 392 and 393, I believe you'll find that language, and that's 20 years old, sir. So you're wanting me to do away with something that has been in place for 20 years?
I'm not blaming anyone, but I'm saying that this creates new regulations. It does bring ERISA, it does bring ERISA plans into the purview of the state of Mississippi to be regulated by the state of Mississippi.
Sir, I'm going to repeat one more time.
I understand.
ERISA has been in this purview for 20 years.
But has an ERISA plan ever been regulated in the state of Mississippi?
Whatever this law says is in the language that's been there, so it's been under that purview. You know, you need to ask the gentlemen that you're being, given information by, who's been regulating them if the state hadn't been regulating them?
Well,
the State Board of Pharmacy.
And I have. And the answer to that is the federal government, because they fall under ERISA, which preempts the state law. It has been their answer. Do you disagree with that?
So you're telling me that the state of Mississippi is being preceded and we're giving up our sovereignty for federal law?
I'm telling you
that
what the
is
courts have
interesting to
said.
me.
Do
Do you all hear this as my colleagues that we are giving up our sovereignty?
Well, in Senator Parks, I would also remind our colleagues that we do have 3 branches of government, and the judicial branch has made their ruling on this in other states, and we can expect lawsuits on this. Do you agree that there have been lawsuits, or let me ask you this, are you aware that there have been lawsuits that have challenged this very same law in other states?
I have, and I'm so glad that you brought that up, Senator.
I know you are, and that's why I'm glad we're having this discussion.
Rutledge versus the National PBM Board, the PCMA, in the Supreme Court, I believe that ruling was 8-0, where it ruled that, and it explains that the ERISA nothing in ERISA prevents a state from enacting laws or regulating laws that PBMs pay pharmacies. And it goes on to talk about the benefit management, how, and from abusive payments of pharmacy benefit managers, controversial middlemen, and their benefits on health plans. So, sir, there is precedents out there. Supreme Court ruled in it. It was 8-0.
And what was the name of that case?
The Rutledge.
Rutledge, that's correct. Well, I would tell you that the Rutledge case dealt with the rates being set in a plan, not actual regulating. So that was a little difference there that's in the Rutledge case, because I agree with what you've said, but I just want to point out that case only dealt with setting rates, not regulating these plans.
It regulated the payments and the plans of that.
No, ma'am, it set the rates. But listen, this is a good thing about case law. Have you read and looked at the Mulready case out of Oklahoma?
I have.
Okay. Do you want to offer an explanation of it, or would you like me to do that?
No, I have one. But,
right.
One of the things that concerns me, and one of your comments that you made earlier, was that, you said that we fear being sued.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the point here is, we get sued all the time for legislation that we pass, and if we feared it, would we have, gone into battle with Roe versus Wade? I mean, let's think about that. But yet we voted here in this body just a few years ago to uphold that.
That's right.
And yes, we were sued, and yes, we won. And there's a lot of things here, that from an attorney standpoint that could definitely be debated. And you asked me about the Mulready case?
I did, yes.
And as we all know, that's still on appeal with the Supreme Court.
It is. It was passed by the 10th Circuit. The 10th Circuit in Mulready said that PBM regulations are preempted by ERISA. In other words, federal created law on that, is what the Mulready case said. To talk about the lawsuits in particular, Senator Parks, are you aware that when a lawsuit is filed against these PBMs, the filer, the plaintiff in those cases are usually employers? They're the businesses, they're the job creators in that state that are suing the state for implementing this law. Are you aware of that?
what you and I are battling today or discussing today, ERISA's been in law for 20 years, and again, I challenge them why they haven't sued us already and why today they want to start talking about that. So, you know.
And I'll tell you, it seems like that was a question to me. Maybe it wasn't, but my answer would be that they haven't had to sue yet because we haven't implemented this law. We haven't regulated ERISA plans.
It has been in law for 20 years, and yes, we have.
We have not, Senator Parks. I disagree with you on that, and that's
Okay.
fair. That's what we're here for. And listen, I appreciate you answering my questions and taking the time. I do have an amendment, Mr. President, at the proper time, and I will save my discussion of job creation and how this will potentially hurt businesses during my discussion of my amendment.
Other questions on the bill? Senator Parker.
Question, Mr. President.
You go, Senator.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Parks, for your work on this. You've made some very good explanations. You've answered some questions very well. I know you've spent the better part of 2 to 3 years working on this. You made some concessions in the bill we have before us. Do you feel those concessions have addressed any and every question that we should have answered on the bill?
I do. We have worked diligently with employers. I've named the 2 lines where you see that, and they were some of our larger employers. We have worked with the House. We've made those amendments. This is where we're at today and the closest we have been, and I'm very, very hopeful today that we will pass this bill and begin to move forward and understand that patient care is the most important in this state.
Right. And I certainly agree with you, and the potential discussion, potential amendments that may be coming, are those things you've heard about over the last few months, or are those things that have just become kind of aware to you in the last day or two as this bill is approaching what I would call maturity?
I would, and that's the disheartening part about this is we've worked diligently. This bill passed, as I said, out of committee. It was out there on the web on the 19th of January. It passed out of this committee prior to February 13th off this floor. And so today, or in the last 48 hours, we have begun to hear the noise. And to me, that just reins in that the PBMs are alive and well, and now they're feeling threatened. And it's our turn to take our stand here today.
So I'm guessing just ahead of any amendments that might come forward, I'm guessing there's probably a pretty good chance that you're going to oppose any amendment that's coming forward on this bill. Would that be a fair assessment?
That would.
And any and every opposition you have to those amendments, you're going to let this body know and be very clear that you are in opposition to those amendments?
I am.
Okay, well, thank you for your work on this bill, and I'm hoping we can move this very needed solution forward. Thank you, Senator Parks.
Thank you.
All right, Senator, are you ready?
Yes.
And your motion, ma'am?
Passage of the morning roll call.
No. We have an amendment from Senator. One moment, please. Senator Younger, did you have an announcement, introduction? Okay, you're good. Senator Fillingane, while we're getting ready here.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, sir. In the South Gallery, we have Justice Court Judge Ryan Brule, who is from Walthall County, here visiting in the Senate. Please make him welcome.
Have you with us? Thank you, Judge. Senator Michelle.
Introduction, please.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, in the North Gallery, we have a familiar face. Our good friend Mark Leggett with the Mississippi Poultry Association. He has with him today his granddaughter, Molly King. Molly is a 5th grader at MRA, and they're having some good time learning how the legislative process goes. Would y'all join me in welcoming Molly and Mark to the Capitol, please?
Glad to have you with us, Molly. Thank you for coming. And thank you, Judge. All right, Senator Simmons.
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also, one of our Justice Court judges from Washington County, Cedric Bush, who is the president of the Mississippi Justice Court Judge Association. I ask Justice Bush to stand, and I ask, he's right beside Justice Burrow, and I ask the Senate to make him feel welcome.
Okay. Senator Frazier, last one, and then we'll get back to you, Senator Engel.
Introduction, please.
Please proceed.
I would like the Senator to make welcome in the northwest corner of the West Gallery, the Jamboree Child Development Center. They're with us this morning. And also with us this morning, we have members of the Southern Rural Black Women's Initiative. So please make them welcome also.
All right, Senator England, we're ready, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
On the amendment.
Mr. President, prior to presenting my amendment, I do have a parliamentary inquiry, if you would allow me.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, I requested a fiscal note, which the presenting member said was not necessary. However, per the rules, I believe that if a fiscal note is requested by a member, that majority vote can be taken to decide whether a fiscal note is to be requested.
One moment, please. Okay. Okay, Senator England. That's the first for this year, or the last 3 years, but under Joint Rules 20, you are entitled, if you request one now, to decide by a majority vote whether or not a physical note is necessary.
Mr. President, that is my request.
So, in that case, your request is, and we will ask the Senate to vote on whether there is a majority vote necessary for a physical note. And I would also state that that will not stop the bill at this particular point in time. The bill will proceed with the note that we may or may not need a physical note as decided by the body. Okay, you all right on that, Senator Parks?
May I speak on
You can speak on that, but this is a rule, ma'am. It's not. You can speak on your bill, but not on my decision. It's not debatable.
It's not debatable. Great. I just would ask that we defeat this.
You go. You need to make your motion.
So, yes, if I need to make a motion, my motion is for a fiscal note. I think that we certainly need to look at this if we're including the state plan in this bill, would be something we need. So I would ask for the body to vote in favor of a fiscal note.
Senator Bryan, for what purpose?
A point of order. Either the request for a fiscal note is debatable or it's not, but Senator England just went to the podium, requested a fiscal note, and then began to debate the advisability of getting one. It seems as a matter of equity, Senator Parks ought to at least be able to tell us why we don't need one.
Well, under the rule, the member, 1 second. Any member of either house may thereafter request a fiscal note. I'm not sure about the debatable. 1 second. One second, please, sir. As I had mentioned, the request is not a motion and it is not debatable. So we have his request and we will ask for all in favor. 1 second, let me get this set so we all get, this is to determine whether or not a majority vote, by majority vote, whether or not a fiscal note is necessary on the bill pending before the Senate. Okay? Everybody with us on that part? Okay. All in favor of the vote to have a fiscal note signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Motion fails. We're on the bill and on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an amendment. It's a 3-line amendment. It simply says that this section shall not apply to self-funded plans, including ERISA plans. This is an important amendment for this bill. I have talked with many of our manufacturers, our job creators, the people that we have in this state that are signing the front of the checks that are paying Mississippians, and this is very important to them. Many of our largest employers stand to lose tens of millions of dollars under this bill. Those are job-killing numbers. This amendment would remove them from that and would prevent that from happening. I would also remind my colleagues in here that many of these self-insured plans, these self-insured employers and ERISA-covered employers have contracted for lower rates with pharmacists for prescription drugs for their employees. These are people that are providing health plans for their employees, which we want them to do. We are now going to tell them we're going to regulate that. Sorry, good job on creating your contract, but we're going to create this law that's going to take that out of there. I want to talk a little bit about why this would help economic development, this amendment. We have had tons of success in this state lately, bringing in new job creators, new manufacturers, new companies. They're coming to this state, and a lot of times they're coming by just a thread margin that they pick Mississippi over another state. If we pass this, they're going to know that they can't come in and have their self-insured plans that they've contracted for lower prescription rates, and that it could potentially cost them in their budget that they have budgeted for in making these agreements for prescriptions. It could cost them tens of millions of dollars. That's going to be a big issue when we go out and try to attract people to the Golden Triangle and to the coast and to DeSoto County and to the Delta and to everywhere in between. Again, we're talking about thread margins a lot of times between us and another state. Let me tell you another thing that they're going to look at. They're going to look at these lawsuits that have been filed for states that have implemented this same type of regulation. In Oklahoma, the Mulready case that I already discussed, they sued the state, these businesses, these job creators had to hire attorneys and go sue the state of Oklahoma to prove that their ERISA plan preempted the PBM regulation that was implemented by the state of Oklahoma. And they won in the 10th Circuit. Yes, that has been appealed to the Supreme Court. It's costing a lot of money, but we do have a court that's already said these ERISA plans the ERISA law preempts state PBM regulations. So now we're going to have job creators looking at this state and saying, okay, well, we're going to move to Mississippi, but go ahead and add another amount on top of our cost of going to business in that state for our legal fees to go sue because they just passed PBM regulation and we're an ERISA-based plan. That is not something we should take lightly. My amendment takes care of that. Again, it exempts self-funded plans, including ERISA plans. That's all it does. The argument against this, and I'm sure there's text messages rolling in this room right now that say if you pass this amendment, it guts this bill. How? It does not gut the bill. It does not gut the bill. If anything, this keeps our largest employers in the state of Mississippi that are paying these wages that we want paid in the state of Mississippi. It's telling them you're a pawn in this PBM argument, and we want you included in that because of that reason. Every one of us in here love our independent pharmacists, and we want them to do well. This amendment does not keep them from doing that. Nobody has been able to tell me how it keeps them from doing that. It does hurt our big businesses. We can stand at this well and say, oh, it doesn't hurt big businesses. They don't know what they're talking about. Well, there's a pamphlet on your desk from some of the big economic groups in our state that say it will hurt them. And I'll tell you who I'm going to listen to. I'm going to listen to the ones that actually look at this budgets and try to take care of their employees and are providing health care for their employees. Those are the ones that I'm listening to, and I know that they support this amendment, and I'm making it now. That's my motion, is to adopt the amendment.
One moment, Senator Parks. Senator Parker, for what purpose, sir?
To speak on the amendment.
Please proceed. Senator Polk, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Are you for a question, Senator?
I do, yes.
Senator Polk, you're recognized for a question on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
Yes.
this brings into question in my mind whether this would affect the Mississippi self-insured insurance plan. Would this opt them out, even though the bill says they're in?
The Mississippi State plan?
Yes.
I'm not sure if they're, I'm not sure what they're, whether they're considered a self-funded plan. If they are, then this would exempt them, yes.
Don't we need to know the answer to that before we vote?
I would certainly like to know the answer to that, yes. Senator Polk, I can tell you this, if this amendment gets added into it, we know that we keep this discussion going.
Also, would the self-insured, there might be one out there somewhere that would like to be exempted or would not like to be exempted from the law. Is there an opt-out or an opt-in in your amendment?
Not in this amendment, no.
So if they self-insured wanted to stay, they couldn't?
I believe that's likely correct, but I can tell you that these self-insured plans, they handle the entire aspect of their plan. They're self-insured. So if they want to be, if they want to fall under the purview of this and go forward under this law, they can write that into their plan. They're the self-insurer.
Are you sure of that?
Yes.
If we took it to court?
Well, we'll end up in court if we pass this law, so we'll certainly find out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Polk.
Thank you. Okay. Speaking on the amendment, Senator Parker, and then Senator Parks, you'll be recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. It wasn't my intent to come speak today. I haven't gotten a single text message from anybody who represents one side or the other this morning. So my comments are not from what anybody has sent to me. My comments come from my practice of optometry. When I graduated and started practice 30 years ago, I had no idea the impact that ERISA would have over my practice. What I learned when I started, that at the federal level, insurance companies are able to use ERISA as a shield to keep from including people on their panels. And so I would call and check with Cigna or United or one of the insurance companies and say, hey, we have a medical need in our community. And they would say, well, under ERISA, we have decided that the block is full in your region and you cannot participate in the panel. And so what I've done over the last 30 years is I've been to Washington, I've been all over this country speaking to people to try to move us out from under ERISA regulations in my profession. When I see an amendment today that wants to exempt and put us more under ERISA regulations for pharmacy, I think that's, if anything, a move backwards instead of a move forward for the independent pharmacist. I think the federal level of regulation is concerning to me. I think we can make decisions at the state level that are good for the state. And I think by adopting something like this, it's not good for economic development. It's not good for our independent pharmacists. And I would hate to be a pharmacist who then had to fight this on top of what they've been fighting for the last few years. I did, just quickly, because we learned a lot about AI, I just checked some stuff on AI, and as I looked up something, and it said, how would ERISA and this affect pharmacists if we did have that provision? It says many ERISA plans require beneficiaries to use PBM-owned mail-order pharmacies or required networks, which can reduce the in-person pharmacy utilization. This forces some independent and community pharmacists out of network, leading to decreased patient access. We have spent year upon year here talking about provider shortages and other shortages in this state. And we now have an amendment before us that could put independent pharmacists more at a disadvantage and more out of business. I ask you and I urge you to defeat this amendment because it's bad for independent pharmacists. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Parks, you're recognized to close. Yes, okay, I got you. Senator Parks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. A lot of things have been said here today, but I think one of the most important things is we've worked hard on this bill. We've worked with several different groups. We've worked over 3 years. We've included those and excluded those self-insurers where they wanted to be on the spread pricing. We've excluded Ingalls where they wanted to be. And we all know that these employers, it's been a sudden appearance on your desk in 48 hours, and this bill has been out there for days and weeks. So in my closing comments, this is what I would say. Mississippi's been a beacon in where we have stood with the PBM. We need to continue to be that beacon and not go backwards. To Senator Parker's point, we would be moving backwards. And it's not only a detriment to our independent pharmacists. That's not all that's at stake today when you do ERISA. The patient is one of the biggest that is going to suffer. When you take all of Section 7 out of law, you remove any protection that the patient had and where the type of drug they get. They then have the right, the PBM has the right then to go back to the manufacturer. And let me ask you a question here. I can look across this Senate and know that we have all had loved ones that's had, I'm going to use the word cancer, big ugly C word. But when you remove this section from this bill, you will now allow the PBM to go back to the manufacturer and influence what drugs get to be sold and how they get to be sold in the state. How many of you want to go back and tell your loved one that maybe is suffering today that they're not going to be able to get that drug anymore, or the cost of that drug is so expensive, or it's no longer covered under the plan? That's the important part today, is where are we at with our constituents and our patients, our loved ones, our mothers, our daddies, our wives, our sisters, our brothers. Again, we have been a front runner. Let's don't go backwards, because when you delete this section, you are moving the state backwards. I also believe with this appearing in the last 48 hours, it's a scare tactic. It's a scare tactic that's been being used by the PBM. The fact that we're just now hearing from these organizations, I ask you to think about that. The language, again, I'll repeat, has been out there since January. This bill has been passed before this Senate. The ERISA language has been in this bill for 20 years. I'm going to ask you to defeat this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Close.
Yes.
Senator England, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, it may not surprise you to learn that the House passed a plan, a PBM plan, and we've changed it here. We had a vote 2 days ago to take up the amendments that we had put out online as having been adopted by the committee. We asked to defeat that so some more changes could be made. And we did that today, and here we are. So to pretend that we're looking at language that's been available since January is just silly. Why are we hearing about this today? Well, we've got a new bill in front of us today. We don't have the House-passed plan. And I'm not saying the House-passed plan was perfect, but whatever was out there, I will tell you this, the companies that I've talked to preferred that plan and did not like the amendments that were added over here in the Senate because it regulates further. It creates further regulation. And I will tell you that anytime a government creates regulation, it's always on the easy argument. It's the heartfelt argument. It's the what about your family member with cancer argument. And we all feel bad for those folks. We heard when the federal government was regulating banks in the Dodd-Frank bill that, hey, we want to save our small banks. So we're going to put all these regulations in to save our small banks. And guess what that did? The folks that couldn't afford to keep up with the regulations and were kicked out of contracts they had already made and couldn't pay the lawyers to read through and follow the regulations that the government created, it killed more small banks than it helped. We're telling our job creators in Mississippi right now, hey, thanks for dropping this on our desk this morning, but we're not going to listen to you. You know, hey, thanks for paying high wages in our communities. We sure love it. but we're not listening to you now because we're tired of dealing with this issue. And we're going to vote because in our heart, we think that we're doing the right thing by regulating you out of a contract that you made between one person and another. Some of these folks may have pharmaceuticals and get their prescriptions and have their employees get their prescriptions from a local pharmacy. They're able to do that. I think some more should do that. We're not making them do that in this law. And to be told that we've been told this is going to, if we adopt this amendment that allows these folks out, that gives them the exemption that they're asking us for today, after we've thanked them and asked them to come in and create jobs and keep building in our communities, and if we pass this, and they're telling me this could cost tens of millions of dollars for certain companies in this state, when I hear that, I hear, okay, well, that's tens of millions of dollars that they're not going to be investing back into our communities because we've done away with their contracts. That's tens of millions of dollars that they're not going to bring in new products or manufacture new products or hire new people or pay higher wages because we've passed a bill that causes them, through state of Mississippi regulation, that costs them millions. This amendment would simply take them out of that. The bill would go forward. I will vote for this bill if these individuals are allowed out. And I will say I do believe that this language, based on some information I received a moment ago, this would exempt the state plan. So the fiscal note that we so loudly shouted down the request on earlier because we were tired and we want to go to lunch, we want to get out of here, this would exempt that. Why aren't we doing that? I ask you to support this amendment. This has nothing, I know we might not like ERISA. ERISA is a regulation that's been placed by the federal government for a long time. We don't like ERISA. We don't regulate it. So what's our answer? Oh, well, let's do state regulations. That's never the answer. More regulations on top of regulations because we don't like regulations, I just don't understand it. These companies have spent a lot of money to make sure they're complying with ERISA. And now we're going to make them also comply with state regulations. So we're compounding that problem. I simply ask you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. You need your motion. Motion is to adopt the amendment? Correct, yes. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No! Amendment fails. Senator Parks?
I would ask that we move adoption of the substitute tricol.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator?
I'd ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Senator Robinson is no. McMahon, no. Wiggins, no. England, no. Anyone else? Hawkins, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. One moment. Okay, we're going to go to announcements quickly, and then we'll adjourn to come back this afternoon. And Senator Thompson, you're recognized for announcement.
Porch will not meet today. There you go.
Senator Thompson, you recognized? Okay. Senator Kirby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call Rules Committee meeting today at 1:15 in the Pro Tem's office.
1:15, the Pro Tem's office. Okay. All right. Okay. Now, Senator Blackwell, and we'll come back a little bit later, Senate, because we're over past 12 here now. So.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand at recess till 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Stand at recess till 2. Call the Senate to order. We'll go to motions for concurrence and non-concurrence. Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan. On the calendar, page 7, concurrence or non-concurrence? Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask to go to item 75 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3003, Appropriation IHL Subsidiary Programs.
My motion is going to be that we do not concur but invite conference. Actually, I will take many of those in block. I think Senator Sparks wanted to speak briefly on this measure, but that will be my motion, Mr. President. And
Take
I'll
them up in blocks.
yield for
Before we go, Senator, make sure on this one you're taking up individually and Senator Sparks is going to speak on the bill?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any questions on the bill? We'll start there. Questions on the bill. Senator Barrett. Senator Barrett.
Introduction at the appropriate time, Mr. President.
Okay, one moment. Senator Younger.
Introduction at the appropriate time.
One moment, please. Okay, we're on Bill 75. Senator Sparks is recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, and this is up on the board, I'll be glad to provide anyone a copy. I'm not on appropriations, so from time to time it's kind of hard for me to understand what's going on, but to also get things dealt with on the appropriation budget. I would like, just for consideration as a condition, when this goes to conference, that the Board of Trustees of the State Institutions of Higher Learning, we will make sure that by July 1st, that there's a system in place for online live streaming, recording, and archiving all public meetings of the IHL so that the public can access that without charge or fee. Also, by December 1st, would like the methodology and basis for the calculation and distribution of general fund and special fund monies, including any federal monies appropriated by the Mississippi Legislature to the Board of Trustees to the benefit of the 8 IHL institutions. On January 31st of last year, there was a joint universities and colleges meeting in which I asked this question directly. I believe Senator Delano also asked this question, and there were other members from the House that asked these questions. I think it is something, if we're going to appropriate billions of dollars to the IHL for them to then distribute to the 8 institutions, that we should know the methodology and basis for the distribution of those funds. Third, that I would like for the IHL to analyze and make recommendations to address the population shifts within this state, the declining national birth rate, and the pending enrollment cliff's impact on all our institutions. I think it's time they weighed in. I think it's time that they had recommendations to provide to this body, since we are appropriating money to them to then distribute. I would also like by December 1st, 2025, that the graduation rates of each of the 8 IHL institutions, along with the Board of Trustees, analysis and recommendations to address disparities in those graduation rates and how to improve graduation rates across all IHL institutions. And then finally, by July 1st of 2025, I would like the number of the individual employees of the board itself, if any, and the number of individual employees of each IHL institution, accompanied with a gross payroll to each employee that's enrolled in the ORP, Optional Retirement Program, listed by institution and department, with a detailed description of each ORP employee's official job title at the time of entry into ORP, as well as their current job title if different. I thank you for allowing me this time, Mr. Chairman, to ask for those things, and this would apply to both the subsidiary budget as well as the general fund budget. IHL needs to weigh in with their voice. We need to hear how they want us to address some of these issues, since they are the one that actually distributes the funds. And with that, Mr. President, I would yield the podium.
My motion is that we do not concur but invite conference.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr.
In block.
President. My motion is we take up items 76 through 122 in block.
122. Senate will give you a moment to look through 76 to 122 on page 10.
And my intention is to send all of these bills to conference. If there are no items to be set aside, Mr. President, I move that we take up items 76 through 122 in block.
Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. Ask that the titles be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3004, Appropriation IHL Alcorn State Agricultural Programs. Senate Bill 3008, Appropriation IHL Mississippi State University Veterinary Medicine College. Senate Bill 3009, Appropriation IHL Student Financial Aid. Senate Bill 3011, Appropriation Community and Junior Colleges Board Administrative Expenses. Senate Bill number 3012, Appropriation Community and Junior Colleges Board Support for Community and Junior Colleges. Senate Bill number 3013, Appropriation Employment Security Department of. Senate Bill 3014, Appropriation Ethics Commission. Senate Bill 3015, Appropriation Judicial Performance Commission. Senate Bill 3016, Appropriation Public Safety Department of. Senate Bill 3017, Appropriation Mental Health Department of. Senate Bill number 3018, Appropriation Transportation Department of State Aid Road Construction Office of. Senate Bill 3020, Appropriation Funeral Services Board. Senate Bill 3021, Appropriation Geologist Board of Registered Professional. Senate Bill 3024, Appropriation Council's Board of Examiners for Licensed Professional. Senate Bill 3025, Appropriation Accountancy Board of Public. Senate Bill 3026, Appropriation Contractors Board of. Senate Bill 3027, Appropriation Veterinary Examiners Board of. Senate Bill 3029, Appropriation Dental Examiners Board of. Senate Bill 3030, Appropriation Pharmacy Board of. Senate Bill 3031, Appropriation Corrections Department of. Senate Bill 3032, Appropriation Emergency Management Agency. Senate Bill 3033, Appropriation Agriculture and Commerce Department of. Senate Bill 3034, Appropriation Fair and Coliseum Commission, Livestock Shows. Senate Bill 3035, Appropriation Animal Health Board of. Senate Bill 3036, Appropriation Gaming Commission. Senate Bill 3037, Appropriation Information Technology Services Department of. Senate Bill 3038, Appropriation Personnel Board. Senate Bill 3039, Appropriation Military Department. Senate Bill 3040, Appropriation Veterans Affairs Board. Senate Bill 3041, Appropriation Revenue Department of. Senate Bill 3042, Appropriation Secretary of State. Senate Bill 3043, Appropriation Tax Appeals Board. Senate Bill 3044, Appropriation Workers' Compensation Commission. Senate Bill 3045, Appropriation Treasurer's Office. Senate Bill 3046, Appropriation Debt Service General Obligation. Senate Bill 3047, Appropriation Audit Department of. Senate Bill 3048, Appropriation Banking and Consumer Finance Department of. Senate Bill 3049, Appropriation Finance and Administration Department of. Senate Bill 3050, Appropriation Governor's Office and Mansion. Senate Bill 3051, Appropriation Development Authority, Mississippi. Senate Bill 3002, Appropriation IHL General Support. Senate Bill 3005, Appropriation IHL Mississippi State University Agricultural and Forestry Experiment Station. Senate Bill 3006, Appropriation IHL Mississippi State University Cooperative Extension Service. Senate Bill 3007, Appropriation IHL Mississippi State University Forest and Wildlife Research Center. Senate Bill 3010, Appropriation IHL University of Mississippi Medical Center. Senate Bill 3052, Appropriation Gulf Coast Restoration Funds to the Mississippi Development Authority. Senate Bill 3053, Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund, fiscal year 2026, reappropriate to certain agencies.
I move that we do not concur but invite conference.
Motion is not to concur and invite conference. Senator Sparks.
I'm a little premature. I just want to be recorded as not voting on 120.
Questions? Questions on all of the bills? Seeing none, The motion is, Senator Hobson, the motion is?
Do not concur, but invite conference.
Do not concur and invite conference. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Note on 120 for Senator Sparks. All right, Senator Younger, you had an introduction?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. In the gallery, we have the MUW alumni. They're celebrating their charter day today. Please stand up, everybody. Give them a big welcome. And we also have our former Senator, Sally Doty, here with us on the floor today. Please give her a big welcome.
Okay, Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had my button pushed to the vote on item 103. I need to be recorded as voting present.
Present, 103. Sorry, Senator, I did not see that. 103. I think we had another introduction from someone else. I remember Senator Younger. Anyone else? Senator Barrett, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Younger stole my thunder introducing Senator Sally Doty, but I'd also like to mention that she's the current director of BEAM and also a staunch advocate for the W. So I did want to put that plug in for her. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Harkins. Senator Harkins, please proceed.
Want to be recorded as voting present on item 108.
108, Mr. Clerk, present. No, but present. I did not see your hands, and that's my bad. McCon, you good? Senator McConn's good. Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, we go Senator Younger. Senator Younger. We're on 123, Senator, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up the item and have it read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2257, harvest permits, delete, repeal on provisions establishing maximum weight and approved routes of vehicles.
Usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
We invite conference on this.
Motion is to invite conference. Is that correct?
Yes.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Younger. Go to Senator Blackwell. Senator Blackwell.
Conference. 123.
Pass and retain. Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins. Pass and retain. Senator Hobson. Pass and retain. Senator Bryan. Pass and retain. Senator Boyd. Senator Boyd, we're on 129, Senate. Today's calendar.
I'll bring up item 129, Senate Bill 2517, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2517, Mississippi Intercollegiate Athletics Compensation Rights Act and Uniform Athletes Agents Act, bring forward.
This is the NIL bill, and it has a reverse repealer in it, as we're still trying to work on it and see what's going to be done in some of our surrounding states. So my motion is that we invite conference.
Motion to invite conference. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Boyd. Senator Delano, 130.
Yes, I'd like to have item number 130 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
2835, Mississippi Emergency Communications Act, create.
This is the NG 911 bill. There's a reverse repealer in it for us to get some other stuff in, so I do not want to concur, and I would like to invite conference. That's my
Motion to invite conference. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Delano. Senator Robinson. 131, Senate.
I'd like to call up item 131 and have it read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2849, Economic Development Incentives, require agreements to secure employee freedom and privacy regarding unionization decisions.
Usual motion, sir.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Yes, Mr. President, we invite conference.
Motion is to invite conference. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Robinson. Senator Parker. Pass and retain. In conference appropriations, pass and retain, Senator. In conference finance, Senator Harkins. Pass and retain. General bills. In conference appropriations. Pass and retain. Senator. General bills. 156, Senate. Senator Barr. Pass and retain. Senator Chasnow. Pass and retain. I didn't hear that. To the heel of the calendar, Senator? To the heel of the calendar. Sorry, Senator. 157 to the heel. Barnett. Pass and retain. Whaley.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr. President.
Whaley, we're on 160.
I'd like to go to item 160, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1296, Plant Biostimulants, revised terminology under Mississippi Plant and Soil Amendment Law in order to comply with rules adopted by AAPFCO.
Make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I'd like to recognize Senator Berry to explain the bill.
Senator, you recognize Senator Berry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the same bill that we passed earlier, and the House has passed a version 2. We're just passing it again over here. So no questions. I move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Final passage on the morning roll call. Any questions, Senator Norwood?
Thank you, Mr. President. Question?
Yes,
question,
sir.
Senator Berry. Senator Norwood, you're recognized for a question, sir.
I'm just trying to get, could you help me out with those AAPFCO? What do acronyms stand for?
What line is that, Senator?
No, it's in the short title.
Let me get back here. I don't have the short title with me to. Can you repeat the acronym? I might could decipher that.
Okay. It said the rules were adopted by AAPFCO.
That's going to be an agricultural trade organization that deals in the biostimulants. Association of American Plant Food Control Officials. So it's the people that regulate the food that we feed our plant foods.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Motion is?
Final passage, use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, passes. Sparks. Senator Sparks. Senate, we're on 161.
I'd like to have 161, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1001, Mississippi Inmate Labor Accountability and Rehabilitation Act and Act.
Senator makes usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the amended bill.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you. We took the language that came from the House. We added reverse repealer. I think that there is some additional questions that I would like to be able to address in committee. This bill addresses the opportunity for someone to work on things that they've crafted and made in the correctional facility, that they would be able to sell those. That is something that I think the commissioner had done in a prior stop in another state, and they've been trying the last couple of years. I'm willing to send this to conference to discuss it further, but it does have a reverse repealer. So my motion first would be to adopt the amendment, or I'd yield to questions on the actual amendment.
No, ma'am. No questions.
Motion is to adopt the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
And at this point, if there are no further questions, I would move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Of course, voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Sparks, 162 and 163, sir. Pass and retain. Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 164, call it up.
item up and ask the title be read,
Mr.
please.
Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1167, State Fire Academy, rename certain facilities located on the premises of.
I'd like to make the usual motion, Mr. President.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
In committee, we put an amendment. I would like to call that amendment up and ask to be recognized for a motion to defeat the amendment. It is a reverse repealer.
Okay. So you're voting, you're asking the Senate.
I am asking the body to vote no on the repealer. We put it in while this thing was working through. We want to put it, we're done with it. We want to send it to the governor. If we take the repealer out, we'll be able to do that. So I'm asking the body to vote no on the adoption of the amendment.
Now, all in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no.
No.
The noes have it. Amendment is defeated.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask to be able to explain the bill.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you very much. This comes to us with 5 people that have been lifelong public servants that at the Fire Academy they're going to name buildings after. These people are the Honorable, and the buildings will be named as I mentioned them here. The Honorable Mary Ann Stevens Education Building and Auditorium, the Commissioner George Dale Administration Building, the Reggie Bell Fire Station, the Bill Warren Apparatus Building, the Lyles Williams Worker Compensation Building. And I have spent a good bit of time vetting these individuals, and they're not only worthy, they're greatly worthy of this admonition that they're going to get, and they have been lifelong public servants. A lot of the rural fire truck program as we know it today and things of this nature exist because of a lot of these people. I will yield for questions, Mr. President.
Question, Senator England.
I just have an introduction out of order, Mr. President.
One moment. We're just about done. Any questions? Seeing none, Senator.
I would suggest use of the morning roll call for final passage, Mr. President.
The morning roll call has been requested for final passage. Anyone object? Vote is no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator England, you're recognized for introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, in the South Gallery, we have my friend Kay Denault from the Mental Health Association of South Mississippi, and she has others here in the Capitol with her today. Let's please make her feel welcome.
Welcome. Senator Boyd. Pass and retain. Senator Pope. Pass and retain 166. Move 167 to the heel of the calendar, Mr. Secretary. Senator Wiggins. Pass. Senator McCon. Pass and retain. Senator Fillingane. Senate, we're on 172. Senator Fillingane, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call that title up and have it read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1203, camping, prohibited on public property.
I made the usual motion.
Use your motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. The strike-all amendment to House Bill 1203 simply inserts our Senate language that we went over at length on the camping issues. The only difference is that our strike-all also includes a provision from Chairman McMahon. You'll find that in subsection 3 of section 2, which authorizes a municipality or county to establish a dilapidated property fund in order to enforce provisions of that section if they have private monies or grant monies or those types of things that they could use to clean up dilapidated properties. That's the only difference in our strike call from what we went over in the Senate a couple of weeks ago. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, well, one moment. Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President, for a question.
You yield, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did I understand you correctly to say that this bill includes the language for municipalities to establish a fund to clean up dilapidated properties?
Yes, sir. A dilapidated property fund in order to enforce the provisions of this section. So if you have people who have created encampments or squatters and they've messed up properties and that sort of thing, if municipalities want to then go and clean that up, if they have funds available to them, they need a place to deposit these funds. And that's what I think Chairman McMahon has tried to create through this legislation.
Yes, I think this is about the third time that we've attempted this.
Yes, sir.
And from the conversations that I've had with others, the municipalities feel like this would not be fair, and the citizens feel like it would not be fair to take public money and to use it for private good. There's already laws out there now where municipalities can send a certified letter to a property owner for 3 times. If that property owner does not clean up that property, the municipality can go in, clean up their property, and assess this on their taxes, where these individuals, whether they still own their property or lose the property, was required to pay for what it costs the city to clean it up. And we've defeated this measure every time before because we didn't think that it would be fair to take city taxpayers' money, establish a fund to clean up my property that I should be responsible for, whether somebody came and squatted on that property or not. So
I think you misunderstand what the fund is for. It's to take private dollars, privately raised, or grant monies, not state tax dollars or local tax dollars. I would agree with you. We wouldn't want that to happen, but if the city of Tupelo, for instance, has gone out and raised private funds in order to use these funds to clean up the properties that were dilapidated or encamped upon, which is what they've done, then they need a fund to place those privately raised or grant fund dollars to put, not local tax dollars.
okay, so I haven't had an opportunity to read it all the way in depth, but is the language there, and I'm trusting you on this one,
Sure.
is the language there that says that said municipality shall establish a fund named for said project or said.
It simply authorizes them to do so if they like. They are not required to do this at all, but if
But if they like to, and if they do establish, do you think that it would be better to make sure that there's something in there that says that this money shall be used for this if they choose to establish such a fund, so that it won't be any doubt as to where this money that's being privately raised to do cleanup projects can be used for something else, so the municipalities can't use this money for anything else other than what is the money is raised for.
Sure. Well, the title of the fund is the Dilapidated Property Fund. So my thinking is if they're trying to take monies out of the Dilapidated Property Fund to buy bleachers of the city schools or something, the auditor is going to have a big problem when they audit the books with that. I don't foresee there being a problem, but again, I defer to you and the Senate as a whole. But the point is that cities like Tupelo, for instance, have asked for a fund to be established where they can deposit privately raised dollars or grant monies from private institutions, philanthropic type institutions, to put those monies in a place where it's not commingled with your tax dollars, and so that they can use those funds, in fact, to clean up property.
Would you be opposed to an amendment?
Well, I'm not opposed at all. I'm sure this is going to conference should this body see fit to pass it, because there are conflicting sections of law between this bill and some of the House versions of this bill that are floating about. So this is going to have to go to conference regardless. So if you want to work with me to, tighten that language up somehow, I'm happy to work with you on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Certainly. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, Senator.
I move adoption of the strike all amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Move
Now,
adoption based on the morning roll call, Mr.
use the
President.
morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Or is voting no? Okay. The Secretary, will you help me with making sure I get them all? Blackman, Simmons, Jordan, Norwood, Jackson, Barnett, Butler, Frazier, where is it? Thomas, Turner Ford, Hickman, Senator Blunt, for what purpose?
To announce the pair, Mr. President.
Please.
If Senator Horn was here, he would vote no. I vote aye.
Pair, Blunt, Horn. Anyone else? Bill passed by use of morning roll call. I'm sorry, I didn't see your light. Senator Suber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to announce a pair.
Please proceed.
I vote aye. If Senator Brumfield was here, he'd vote no.
Pair, Brumfield, Suber, Senator Ladner.
Yeah, to the vote. If my designated Senator Sharita Simmons was here, she'd vote no. I vote aye.
No, Simmons, S, I, Ladner, pair. Okay, I got everybody? Okay, bill passed by use of morning roll call. Thank you. Senator Boyd. Senator Boyd. Pass and retain. Senator Simmons, D. Pass and retain. Senator England. Pass and retain. Senator Wiggins. Senate will go to 176. Pass. Senator Blackwell. Senator Blackwell's on 177.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 177. That's the House Bill 662, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 662, Medicaid, revised criteria for presumptive eligibility for pregnant women to conform to federal laws and regulations.
This bill asks to be recognized to explain the bill.
You recognize the explain the bill, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is similar to the bill that we passed last year for presumptive eligibility. However, Medicaid rejected our waiver because we had a requirement that women show proof of income, and they denied that. So basically, this same bill, removing that requirement. I'll yield for any questions.
Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
Introduction at the proper time.
1 second. I got one other introduction. 1 second. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Speak on the bill.
Okay. If you will come. Anyone else on questions? Seeing no questions, Senator Hill is recognized to speak on the bill. And we'll get to two introductions we have pending here in just a moment, as soon as we get through.
Just as a element of clarification, if you look at the strike-through version, you look at lines 49, 50, 51, and 52, this is presumptive eligibility for Medicaid for pregnant women. What has been removed in the strike-through version basically says a pregnant woman must at minimum provide proof of her pregnancy and documentation of her monthly family income when seeking a determination of presumptive eligibility. So that is being stricken, and I'm told that's because of CMS. So I just want the body to be informed that the CMS apparently is telling the state of Mississippi that you can give presumptive eligibility for pregnancy for Medicaid, but you can't ask them to take a pregnancy test. And you can't ask them what their income is. So now we're giving presumptive eligibility for pregnancy to a woman that we don't even know if they're really pregnant or not. So that's the state of affairs that we're in with complying with CMS in this fiasco. Thank you.
I just want to clarify, there is no strike all. This is a bill directly from the House, so I'm not sure what you're reading from, Senator.
Oh, yeah, the strike. She was reading the strike-through portion. Okay, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
No further questions. Move for passage by the use of the morning.
Use of morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Hill? No. Chisholm? No. Anyone else? Present? Seeing none, the bill passed by use of morning roll call. We had an introduction. Senator McClendon? Good. Anyone else on introduction? Anyone else? Okay, we'll go quickly to Senator Bryan. You recognize Senator Bryan. We're on 178, sir.
I think we would do better if I went back and got the bills that I passed earlier, and if that is acceptable, I'd like to go to item 170 and move the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration of item 170.
Motion is to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of 170 on the calendar. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. We're on 170.
I believe there's an amendment on the desk.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 674, Interstate Dental and Dental Hygiene Licensure Compact Create.
All right, Senator Bryan.
I make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. It's up on the screen now, Senator.
I believe there's an amendment regarding the reverse repealer.
That's not up yet. Hold on.
Keep getting it up.
One moment. Okay.
Mr. President, this is a interstate compact. It's the version that the Dental Association and the state dentistry people support, but there are other code sections which we would need to use to conform to the dental laws on our own books. But it's possible those code sections will change during the session. The reason I'm offering a reverse repealer is that we need to send this bill to conference, just like we need to send the other bill to conference, so at the end of the day we make sure that our code sections work together. That's why I'm offering the reverse repealer. I don't know that any of this is controversial. We just don't need to have code sections canceling each other out. And that's why I offer the reverse repealer. I move adoption of the amendment.
Questions? All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And now back on the dental compact, it's the compact we've passed before. Again, I just want to make sure that another bill doesn't cancel out what we're doing here. If there are no questions, I move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passed by use of the morning roll call. Senator, we're back at 178.
Mr. President, I move the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration of item 171 on today's calendar.
One moment. Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. We're on 171.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1404, Mental Health, provide exemption from pre-affidavit screening for persons being treated in an acute psych hospital who have already had evaluations.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Bryan.
I believe there's an amendment from the committee.
Amendment or the strike call, Senator?
And I have an amendment to the amendment, if it's on the desk. Let me explain the strike all, and then I'll explain the amendment to the amendment. Mr. President, this deals with the situation where an individual is in a mental facility, and there's a need to have that individual civilly committed. Ordinarily, there's a pre-screening process that you go through before a complaint can be filed in Chancery Court. The purpose for that is to try every way possible to divert people out of the legal process when that's an alternative. However, when an individual is already in a mental facility, many of those pre-screening things just would be redundant. So this makes it clear that if you're in a hospital and you've gotten the screening there as part of your admission, you don't have to go get screened twice to comply with the existing law. Section 6 of the bill is, again, a detailed listing of the steps one must go through in order to file a complaint to have someone committed. Ultimately, the chancellor can hear any complaint that's filed if the chancellor wants to do that. But before starting all the mechanism work going for an involuntary commitment, there are a number of pre-screenings that are required, and that's spelled out in some detail in Section 6. At this point, I would like to offer the amendment to the amendment.
Questions on the amendment to the amendment? Questions? Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Questions? Seeing none?
If I could explain the amendment to the amendment, I think this is an example of my being overly obsessive, but this just makes clear in Section 6 that if you have the screening in the hospital, you don't have to go get another screening. That's all the amendment does. It may be useless verbiage, but it's no worse than that. I move adoption of the amendment to the amendment.
Questions on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
I move adoption of the amendment as
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Senator?
I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Mr. Carter's voting no. Present? Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. 178, Senator.
At this time, I would like to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 179.
You had 178, Senator. Are you skipping that, sir?
Well, I'd like to take up 179 first and then take up 178.
Okay. Senate, the motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on 179, Senate. Dental hygienist. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1062, dental hygienist authorized to provide services to patients under the general supervision of dentists under certain conditions.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
There's a committee amendment. I'd like to call up the committee amendment. This is the bill that the Dental Association, the dental hygienists, and others have been working on. This bill provides that dental hygienists are always under the supervision of a dentist. However, under certain circumstances, a dentist does not have to be physically present. Generally speaking, there's a category of people who are considered low risk for being treated. What happens, of course, is that during the process of teeth cleaning, things can go wrong. There can be problems with bleeding. There can be other matters that come to light during that process. And so there is a ranking of people who are at low risk for these complications. If you fall in that category, then if a dentist is supervising the hygienist does not have to be physically present, but A, this could happen no more than 20 hours a week, and B, you have to see a dentist every alternate time. So this is a low-risk opportunity. As a practical matter, what this does is it takes care of a situation when a dentist might be ill and unable to come to the office that day. That's what the bill does. I believe there may be an amendment to the amendment.
Amendment on the screen.
I'm sorry, that's Senator Blackwell's amendment. I thought there was an amendment that I had offered. I don't think Senator Blackwell is going to offer that amendment. I move adoption of the committee amendment.
Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator
I
Bryan.
suggest use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final adoption. Any senator? Oh, I'm sorry. We have Senator Hill. Do you have a question, Senator Hill?
Yeah, it was passed so fast, I was trying to...
Do you yield, Senator Hill?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This passed pretty fast, and I was trying to read the amendment. So what does this give the authority? Let's see.
Senator Blackwell had an amendment. He is not offering that amendment.
Okay.
Inadvertently, it was put up on the screen because I thought there was an amendment that I had offered. But
Okay, so what does this do that I'm looking at on the screen? It's a strike all.
That's what I've been explaining. That's what the bill does.
Okay, does it give any new authority to anybody other than dentists?
Could you say that again, please?
Does it give new authority to hygienists?
Well, again, under the circumstances I've been explaining, it does. It does for a particular class of people for brief periods of time if the individuals we're talking about are low risk for complications, and if the hygienist is under the supervision of a dentist who may not be physically present, and if at every alternative visit there is a dentist physically present.
Okay, so this is under the supervision of the dentist.
Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? We have a few. C. Senator McClendon, Senator Norwood, Senator Derek Simmons, Senator Sarita Simmons, Senator Jackson, Senator Jordan, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson. Oh, Senator Butler, not Thomas. My bad. My bad. Senator Pope, Senator Horn, and Senator Thomas, I'm sorry. Senator Tate, Senator Seymour, Senator England. Seeing no others, please read back those voting no. Make sure we have them correct.
Voting no or nay: England, Thompson, McClendon, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Jordan, Seymour, Jackson, Thomas, Butler, Pope, Horn, and Tate.
Okay, I don't think we need a count on that. So, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Bryan.
We're still at item 178, and I go to that item and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 569, CON, revised conditions for long-term care hospital in Harrison County to allow participation in Medicaid.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I move adoption of the committee strike all, and I'd like to be recognized to speak to that.
You recognize, Senator.
Earlier this year, we passed a certificate of need bill, which did three things. It authorized a hospital in DeSoto County to accept Medicaid patients. Previously, there was a prohibition against Medicaid patients, which did not make any sense. Number two, it authorized other facilities, a couple of nursing homes, to do the same thing. The Medicaid prohibition just doesn't make sense anymore, and it removes that. Number three, it grants additional beds to Sun Valley. Number four, it takes care of a similar situation with a hospital in Harrison County about participating in Medicaid. The House passed a bill which was much more comprehensive than the bill that the Senate considered. And as I do, I pay attention to what the House sends over here and try to move in their direction when I think we can. In some of the things the House wanted to do, I thought it would be well to have the State Health Department look specifically at them. And so the State Health Department is specifically instructed to consider the following things. Number one deals with the question of dialysis. There is a suggestion that all small hospitals, and I'm going to use the term small hospitals because I'll get tied in knots if I start trying to use all the right words, to have dialysis operations there with the thought that this would provide additional revenue for small hospitals. Upon reflection and talking to nephrologists and talking to others, I'm not sure that's quite the benefit for small hospitals that we thought it would be, or that some thought it would be. It's a fairly delicate process. It takes a certain amount of investment to gear up, and you've got to find staff. So I'm not sure that that's feasible, and I'm certainly not sure enough to recommend to the Senate that we do that now. However, there was another narrow circumstance which came up, and that is if small hospitals could, on sort of a one-off basis, be able to have dialysis at the hospital for patients. There are some patients who need dialysis and also need to be in the hospital, who could stay at that small hospital, which would be more convenient for them and would benefit the small hospital, would be more convenient for their friends and family. And it is at least theoretically possible that you could arrange for dialysis for individuals like that on a short-term basis. You wouldn't have to have somebody staff all day, every day. You certainly wouldn't have to run a whole operation. That, I think, has some promise. But other than saying it has promise, I don't feel competent to tell you anything else. So we've told the State Department of Health, would you look at that area and see if there's anything that could be done there? And I think we will take what they have to say very seriously when we come back. We also are looking at the issue of psychiatric facilities in the broadest sense. There are small hospitals that have geriatric psychiatric units. A geriatric psychiatric unit is much easier to get up and going. You don't have to have the equipment that you need for a dialysis machine. There are a number of small hospitals who do have these units. It's just an easier thing to do. And so we've asked the State Department of Health again to look at this to see if this is something which we might authorize for small hospitals that would be desirable. The third thing is a matter that I think is fairly significant. We have throughout healthcare, but we're just talking now about adult psychiatric hospitals. We have individuals who need care who have a payment stream. We also have individuals with no payment stream. And there is a problem in finding services for people who just can't pay for them. And it's a huge burden on any one facility to be overwhelmed with individuals like that. There have been a number of suggestions about what to do. It seems to me there's some merit in having a system not unlike what we did with the trauma care system years ago, which is to say, if you have one of these facilities and you're not treating any uncompensated patients, you would have to pay a fee. That fee would go then to compensate others who are treating uninsured people. We've told the State Department of Health to look at this. And so I mentioned this because these are three suggestions that were made to us by the House, and we've moved in their direction, and it's my personal intention to be serious about doing something about these recommendations or these situations based on what the State Department of Health tells us to do. Another feature in their bill concerns the academic teaching exemption that the University of Mississippi Medical Center has had. And this is a somewhat complex situation. The University of Mississippi Medical Center receives special treatment, and it should because it's a special facility unlike any other. It is the state's teaching hospital. There is, at the University of Mississippi Medical Center, a teaching feature in the operation of the hospital itself. It's certainly not the only hospital that fills that function, but it is one. And over the years, the University of Mississippi Medical Center has had what's called a teaching exception to the CON laws, and they've been able to build facilities for the purpose of education. And things have worked out fine. Recently, there have been some disturbing developments, and the University of Mississippi Medical Center is establishing facilities which look a lot like facilities that other people have, and using their teaching exemption to build the facilities without a certificate of need, the primary one being the one at Ridgeland or thereabouts. And so there was a suggestion that they just would not have a teaching exemption. What we're doing in the Senate bill, and there's a clarifying amendment, as we like to say, that would make this more definite, is to draw a rectangle around I-55, Lakeland Drive, Woodrow Wilson, and I believe it's Livingston Road, which takes in the Jackson Medical Mall, takes in the UMMC campus. They own a few parcels across the street, but that I don't think is the heart of the matter. And what the bill does is it says you have a teaching exemption, but it's within this footprint. So if you are going to build facilities elsewhere in the state, you've got to go through the CON process just like anybody else. But you would have the teaching exemption within that footprint. It also grandfathers in anything that the University of Mississippi Medical Center is doing or anything they get licensed to do between now and July the 1st of 2025. We're not trying to interrupt anything that UMMC has going on. We're not trying to be harsh to them or anything, and we're giving them until July 1st, 2025, and it takes care of everything they've got in process. But on that date and thereafter, outside this rectangle, they'd have to apply for a CON just like anybody else. I think that's pretty good, and I can tell you, we've talked about this and looked at language, and I think that's a pretty good compromise with the House position and where we are. Do we have the amendment to the amendment? Let me check with the staff.
We need to adopt the amendment first.
Well, I'm told there are other amendments before we get to my clarifying amendment. So if there are other members who wish to offer amendments, I suppose this would be a time to do that.
Senator, I think we do have other amendments. All right, who has the next amendment? Senator Bryan has an amendment. Whose amendment is it?
Yeah, I'm here on the floor. I'm on the floor.
Senator Bryan's amendment? Okay, Senator Bryan, you have an amendment?
Yes, this is the amendment that I was discussing regarding the University of Mississippi Medical Center. And I think that's up on the board, and it is as I described it. Secondly, there is a situation close by involving Oceans, which got a certificate of need that St. Dominic's had. What has happened is St. Dominic's transferred the certificate of need to Oceans. They can do that. Oceans originally was trying to get a new certificate of need. They just abandoned that. So apart from terrible syntax, what this does, and there's now a lawsuit concerning the operation at Oceans. What this does is simply say if Oceans will turn in the existing certificate need, which was transferred to them by St. Dominic's, the State Department of Health is directed to issue to them a new certificate of need to do the same thing, thereby avoiding the difficulty of the lawsuit. This facility is actually located in what I would consider the Jackson medical area that we've been talking about forever. This is a facility that's there, and we wish to direct them to continue to operate there. I would point out that assuming that we do have this pay-or-play option next year, I think that will go a long way toward resolving issues that any other hospitals might have. That's what the strike-all amendment does. I'll be happy to answer any questions on either the amendment to the amendment or to the Senate strike-all itself.
Senator England, I think you have it. Do you want to do your introduction before we take this? You have an introduction? Or
yes, Mr. President, introduction.
Let's do that now because it's going to be a while.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, in the South Gallery, we have some friends of mine visiting over that are paging over in the house this week, but they've already gone home for the day, so they're over here to hang out with us for a little bit. Please help welcome Caroline and Henry McPhillips.
Welcome to the Senate. Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
Question, please.
You yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator McClendon.
Now, we went all the way through the gamut from North Mississippi to South Mississippi, back to Central and UMMC. And could you explain again Oceans, and are we making it harder for Oceans to come? No. Are we making...
Oceans is already there. They are operating under a certificate of need that they obtained from St. Dominic's. It's legal for them to get this certificate of need. People transfer them all the time. There's a lawsuit pending trying to say that that transfer was improper. The transfer was proper. What we hope to do with this is moot the lawsuit. The people that are suing Oceans are suing them because they're unhappy with the amount of uncompensated care that Oceans is getting. I think at the end of the day, the people that are suing Oceans would be much better off if we had a pay-or-play mechanism than in trying to keep Oceans from operating. But the short answer is this makes it easier for Oceans to continue doing the thing they're doing right now.
Uncompensated care. Can you explain that one?
People who show up with no money and they're sick and need help.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Pope, for what purpose?
Question.
You yield, Senator Pope.
Yes, sir.
Senator
Thank you
Pope.
very much. Senator, I appreciate you trying to get this all straightened out, but I'm a little confused. When we draw this rectangle around UMMC and Jackson Medical Mall, that's a good thing in my mind. But you said that UMMC could get further CONs till July 1st this year. Does that mean if they just apply, they get them? Or do they have to have them in hand?
Well, as a technical matter, they do not get certificates of need. They get an exemption from the certificate of need. What this does is leave existing law like it is until July 1st.
So if they bill something that should require from any other hospital a CON, and they get it in place by July 1st, it's good to go?
I think the short answer is yes. I think the longer answer is there may be some things that they had been planning to do under their exemption that they may put on a fast track. But I think as a practical matter, it's not going to be useful for them to, it's just not going to be practical for them to do too many things.
Thank you very much.
Senator Boyd. Okay, any other questions? No.
I move adoption of the amendment to the amendment.
Senator moves for the adoption of the amendment to the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I move adoption of the committee amendment as amended.
I think we still have another amendment. Don't we take the amendments now? Yeah, Senator McMahon, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. So I've got here an amendment. This bill, this legislation moved through public health pretty quickly, and we said we would have some debates out. That if we had amendments, we would discuss it on the floor. A couple of years ago, Senator Robert Jackson and I had the opportunity to work together with some others and reopen a hospital in Marks, Mississippi. If you don't think that was a big deal, it was a big deal to that little community, because you had to drive 61 miles in any direction to go to a hospital. So 8 beds was not a lot, but it was a lot to that little community. And I remember that day when we opened that hospital, there was 17 minutes left on the CON. Been closed for several years. 17 minutes left on the CON. We got that thing reopened, and one of the things that really impressed on me that day in that community, there was about 30 young people there. And they were so excited about that hospital, those beds in that hospital reopening. It was incredible. When's the last time 30 teenagers showed up for anything that meant something that important to them in a community? What I've got here is an amendment that would put as many as 73 beds or more back in community hospitals. Several, the chairman made mention of some small hospitals. Small hospitals are currently called acute care hospitals, but we have 5 hospitals in this state that have transitioned to becoming a rural emergency hospital. And a rural emergency hospital is a new category within federal law, and it's the first new category since the 1990s. And the difference is in a rural emergency hospital is it only has an emergency room and outpatient services, that's all. So for some of these hospitals, it's allowed them to return to profitability or at least be break even, but at the cost of losing beds in their districts, in their hospitals. So what this amendment would do, if any of these rural emergency hospitals already had psychiatric beds and they lost those beds, this amendment would allow those hospitals to have a partner to reopen those psych beds and operate those with that particular hospital system. It would be managed by a third party, but they would be in a partnership. The hospitals that would be, the rural emergency hospitals that would be affected would be Holly Springs, Batesville, Houston, Mississippi, and Jefferson would be the hospitals. And it's 73 minimum beds, and it could be more. But I do want to point out to you on lines 9 and 10 that we're not saying that they shall be given those beds back. All this amendment will do is allow the Department of Health, they may license those hospitals if those beds were already there. That's all the bill does. It will reopen those beds that were already in those hospitals before they change to their category to meet the new federal requirements. Healthcare is important to me. It's a time in my family's life we didn't have health care. It's scary. And for an entire community not to have the beds they need to service their community is scary for communities. So I ask you to support the amendment, but I would yield for any questions at this time.
I see no questions. Senator Bryan, you wish to speak? Oh, Senator Hill, do you have a question of Senator McMahon? So, excuse me, Senator Bryan, Senator McMahon?
I yield.
Thank you. My only concern would be, and I guess the Health Department could work that out. I think when CMS brought this new availability to give some incentive to rural emergency hospitals, I'm just wondering if they had, I thought they had some kind of exclusion, and look, I'm just going on memory from something I read a long time ago. I thought they had some exclusion maybe about inpatient beds, but I'm okay to vote for your amendment. I guess Health Department will figure that out.
It reestablishes these psych beds and these geriatric psych beds in the communities where they already were, but they had to give up that to become these new federally recognized rural emergency hospitals. And I'm for putting these beds back in these communities.
But won't that negate their designation of a rural community hospital,
No.
rural hospital emergency room if they go back
It
and
won't,
add the
because they're
beds
going to have a
back?
third-party operator.
I don't know. I don't know if that'll work or not, but thank you.
Okay, no other questions. Senator Bryan, you recognize.
Well, once again, Senator Hill has pointed to exactly the problem. A rural emergency hospital is an odd bird. It's not what we think of as a hospital. It's an attempt to provide health services in very small communities. They have an emergency room. They have a couple of beds just for observation. But other than that, they do not have inpatient people at the rural emergency hospital. That's what you give up. And when you become an emergency hospital, you get additional funding and you get some help in order to get you started. So it's not possible to have these beds, which they gave up, because they can't. They're a rural emergency hospital. What this bill seeks to do is go effectively grant a certificate of need to whoever owns the hospital. And whoever owns this rural emergency hospital would just be getting a certificate of need for inpatient psychiatric facilities, which, if you'll read the bill, can't be at the hospital. They go put them somewhere else. Unlike the other situations where we have geriatric inpatient psychiatric services, those services are in the small hospital itself, and there's certain economies of scale and benefits and all that come from having them there. And Senator Hill's exactly right. You can't do that if you're a rural emergency hospital. And I've been discussing this with proponents of this legislation for some time. I'm interested in helping the rural emergency hospitals. I'm certainly interested in helping all the small hospitals. I just don't think this particular method is a very good way of helping the rural emergency people who I would like very much to help. And again, I think one of the things that will take place is we're directing the State Department of Health to look at what can be done for small hospitals, particularly in the area of geriatric psych or inpatient psychiatric care. And I think that's the better procedure. So for that reason, I would ask you to vote no on the amendment.
Senator Boyd, what purpose?
For the
Question for Senator Bryan?
Thank you. Senator Bryan.
You yield, Senator Bryan?
Yes.
Okay, Senator Boyd.
Thank you. Senator Bryan, I know you care about mental health issues, but I want to kind of make sure that I'm understanding what you're saying. Senator McMahon has proposed an amendment that these rural community hospitals that formerly had psych beds, and because of that rural hospital designation, had to get out of having those psych beds because they're limited of what they can do under those rural emergency room, those criteria under the federal government. If I'm understanding Senator McMahon's amendment, and help me out here because I may not have this all right, what he is proposing is that same entity, and maybe I'm wrong here, that same entity be allowed to contract with a third party. And I'm kind of getting two different things. Are you saying that is not allowed under those federal regulations?
No, I'm saying that what happens, I'm guessing, is you have I'm going to use the term holding company, which is probably the wrong term. One of the things they have is the rural community, the rural emergency hospital, and this overarching entity would get a certificate of need for the beds, and then essentially they would traffic in that certificate of need and find out who would cut them the best deal to get to operate under their CON.
Okay.
And I want to say, you and I and all of us are trying to get to heaven. We're just going to different churches. There's some theory that you can get to heaven through a variety of churches. I'm a Baptist, so we're never really sure of the Methodist, you know. But seriously, I think that this is an area where we can do some good. I think we'll do more good if we let the Department of Health look at it over the summer and tell us exactly what they would recommend that we do in this whole area of inpatient psychiatric services and geriatric ones.
And I think it's always wise to look at things. I think my great concern is there's such a huge need in my area, because you talked about Batesville and you talked about Holly Springs. Those are within 30 minutes each way of where I am. And if there is any avenue that we could get these beds and immediately start seeing these patients, there is a tremendous need, and there is a growing need, especially in regards to the drug use that is out there that's prolific, especially in the area. So I think that's where if we can get something done immediately, I'm all for trying to work on that. Thank you.
I understand what you're saying. I agree with much of what you're saying. I just think at the end of the day, we're better if we get a comprehensive plan and work toward that plan.
All right, Senator McMahon, to close on your amendment.
I appreciate Senator Bryan, I do. This bill before us provides no provision to allow these hospitals the opportunity to regain these beds. Listen to what I'm sharing with you. I do not represent a rural hospital. These small rural emergency, it does not affect me either way. This is for you. It's for the people of Mississippi. I represent, as I like to share with Senator Blackwell, I represent the largest rural hospital in America with 12,000 employees. I've got all the health care I need in the area I represent. Do you have all the health care you need in your area? The chairman just said that he wants Department of Health to review this summer, and I do too. And if you vote for this amendment, they will not have to come here next year and ask us to reopen or reestablish these 73 plus beds in these rural emergency hospitals. They'll be able to go ahead and do it because you're about to empower them to do it. There's nothing in here that says they shall or do anything. It says they may license. So this is about you. It's about the people of Mississippi. It's about your districts. This is going to directly affect the residents of Holly Springs, Batesville, Mississippi, Houston, Mississippi, and Jefferson County and their surrounding areas. And I leave it to it's nothing to me. I want you to understand that. It's for the people of Mississippi and for you. I care about this deeply because my family couldn't afford health care when I was a young man. So I know how scary it is for a community not to have the services they need. And so that's what I'm trying to do, is help the people of Mississippi. I ask you today to support the people of Mississippi, support the amendment, and move for adoption of the amendment.
Seeing no further questions, Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Do it one more time. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. I'd like a division, please. So those in favor, please stand. All right, please sit down. Those opposed. Please. Okay. Senator Horn was standing. All right, those opposed, please stand. Okay. The chair is no longer in doubt. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. Senator Bryan.
I move adoption of the committee amendment as amended.
I'll use the morning roll call. Oh, no, we got to adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Well, then ayes have it. Senator Sparks, do you have a question for a final adoption?
Yes, Mr. President.
You recognize, you yield. Do you yield, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure I understand the July 1st date in your prior amendment that passed as far as a certificate of need not needing to be obtained. Isn't it true that the University Medical Center had to get IHL approval before they would make any offer of something that would be under this certificate of need program?
I'm sure they would have to get approval from IHL. It sounds reasonable to me.
Okay. I just didn't know. I mean, that's a date that's about 4 months away. So did I understand that if something's under construction?
Yes. They're grandfathered in, and the attempt is to leave existing law like it is until July 1st, 2024, or 25, whatever year this is.
Okay.
And then that would kick in after that.
Okay. And the geographic description of what is in the...
They continue to have their teaching exemption in that rectangle from now on.
But not on
but
their own properties?
but not outside the rectangle. They can do everything outside the rectangle that essentially they've got underway until July 1st.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Bryan, seeing no further questions, you move for final adoption.
I suggest use of the morning roll call.
The senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed. We'll go to item 180. At this, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, my motion is to suspend the rules and we go back to item 168, please.
With no objection, we'll go back to item 168. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Go back to item 168.
Call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1380, cybersecurity, governmental and certain commercial entities substantially complying with standards not liable for incidents relating to.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a strike call, and my motion will be that we adopt the strike call, and I'd be allowed to explain the strike call.
You're recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you. Quite simply, the strike call is the Senate bill that we've put into the House's version of the cybersecurity bill. For those, to remind you, the cybersecurity was about requiring standards for companies and businesses, and if they comply with that, then there's certain levels of protection. And there were differences between the two bills, and so what you have before you is the Senate bill that we've already passed, and it's in the House. So happy to answer any questions.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Blunt.
I do.
Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
Please help me remember, Senator Wiggins, I know you said we passed this before. This essentially requires, if you go through an accepted cybersecurity process, then you can't be held liable if something happens if you've taken necessary precautions. Is that the idea?
That is, and mind you, this bill is supported by the Bankers Association, along with a lot of other business and industry, with the idea that we're incentivizing companies to take the steps needed to protect their customers from breaches and so forth.
And so if they follow some generally accepted standards that are laid out in the bill, they're okay? Even if some adept hacker is able to get around that, they've done their due diligence essentially?
Well, it's in the bill, which was in the Senate bill, which is in the strike call, is following the standards as outlined, and it's lines 46 and so forth, National Institute of Standards and Technology, and it lists the specifics there. But yes, if they follow those, yes.
So help me understand on line 121, subsection 9. I mean, I'm reading the bill, and I think I'm in favor of it.
I don't see one.
Maybe I'm not on the right.
Are you looking at the House bill?
Tell me what I'm supposed to be looking at.
There's House Bill 1380. There's the strike call,
which is the pending Senate amendment, I believe. Maybe I'm looking at, maybe you've taken out the section that I'm concerned about, but is there a subsection 9 in what you're looking at?
No, I don't.
Yes, it's on line 121, I believe, Senator Wiggins. Unless I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Okay, 121, you're talking about subsection. Yeah, this act does not establish a private cause of action if they fail to comply with the provision of this act.
So does that mean that if I'm an entity and I don't do anything in here that's required, and I take no steps to guard my customers against cyber breaches, I can't be sued. I've done nothing at all. I haven't engaged in
If
any.
this were to become law, then you could be sued. Because you
I
had
thought it
taken,
says, and I'm not an attorney, and help me out here, but does this mean that if this becomes law, that an entity that has this data or my financial information, whatever it is, does nothing to protect that data, and it gets stolen, and then I don't have a private cause of action to go after them for failure to comply with the act? That's my question.
but he's asking me, what's the enforcement? Huh? I know, but it's saying there's not a private cause of action. 1 second, please.
Sure.
Okay. Well. Okay. Okay, all right. So the language that's before you that you're saying, it says what it says. The idea behind this, and this goes from insurance, businesses, and other things to incentivize the businesses to protect them. And so the way this language is written in subsection 9, no, there is not a private cause of action.
Well, what incentive is that? If I do nothing, and and all of my customers' financial information is stolen, and I've done nothing to protect that information, I can't be sued. That's what the bill says?
That's what is written right there, yes. And the incentive is, you probably heard of cybersecurity insurance, things like that, to get the businesses to do it. In other words, let's take that as an example. If you don't do it, you're going to pay higher premiums to be insured than if you do it. It's a simple way to explain it.
And I'm not an attorney, but it would seem to me that the incentive would be for the state to lay out some things that you need to do, and if I do those things in good faith, then I can't be sued because I took the steps that are laid out in the law.
I understand.
But the bill, and if I'm reading this right, says I don't have to do anything at all. And if somebody sues me, even though I'm completely negligent, I can't be held responsible.
Well, let's understand, nobody has to do anything right now. Like literally nobody has to do anything right now. This is an incentive to say if you do it, if you do follow these standards and put that in place, then you're going to get some benefits to it. Also, I should note, this is a strike all. There's a House bill. This is going to conference. So in terms of working out language and all, I mean, this is can't be, I don't see this being concurred on or anything like that.
Well, so sounds like it ought not to be. And there's not a reverse repealer in the bill?
There is not.
Okay, let me listen to counsel here right now. I'm sure I'm slower than you are in getting understanding of this, but I have concerns with that provision. I think that the state ought to lay out steps that people ought to take, and if they take those steps, they ought to be protected. But if they're not taking any steps at all, I think they ought to be subject to lawsuit if they haven't protected somebody's data. And I'll be happy to get with you after, and I hope this bill gets a little bit more scrutiny, and I appreciate you answering my question.
Yeah, and I want to go a little bit further in the explanation. If you look at lines 25 of the strike all, a county, municipality, county, hospital, state, or any political subdivision shall not be liable. Understand that the state is not liable anyway, but for the sovereign immunity or under sovereign immunity and under the Tort Claims Act, the legislature have decided in certain circumstances they can be. Okay, and then in line 39 it says there shall be a rebuttable presumption talking about that if there is something, that's what has to be done. So I think that Again, it goes back to the incentives that are being done for these private entities.
And there's no reverse repealer at this time in the strike-off?
There is not.
Okay, I'm going to have an amendment, Mr. President, at the proper time.
At the proper time. Excuse me, Senator England, what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator England.
I do.
Senator England, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiggins, it's my understanding from reading this bill that if a company were to adopt these cybersecurity measures, that they wouldn't be subject to civil action under this statute, but they could still be sued for negligence. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, which is why this is saying that a private cause of action. But so you're not creating a separate one, but under negligence, that is the case, and we can go down the road of what constitutes negligence. But yes, that's correct.
Okay, and we do have affirmative defensives in other parts of our code, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this only creates an affirmative defense if these companies, and only if these companies undertake these specific measures for cybersecurity. Is that correct?
I'm not going to say it's an affirmative defense, because an affirmative defense is it cuts off all liability, but it says it creates a rebuttable presumption.
Rebuttable presumption, I'm sorry, yes, that's correct.
Right, so it creates a rebuttable presumption.
Okay, thank you. I think
And
I think
under the
Lance could have
scenario,
accomplishes that.
under your scenario, yes, you sue for negligence. If this was to go into effect, then it would have to be a rebuttable presumption in order to find the company liable.
That's right. And as a rebuttable presumption, obviously all that does is just shifts the burden. So the plaintiff can still make their case. It doesn't completely get rid of their case, correct?
Correct. And now all the non-lawyers are asleep, but yes.
Okay, well, good night. Thanks.
Senator Boyd, for what purpose?
Question.
You yield, Senator Boyd.
I do.
Senator Boyd, you recognize.
Senator Wiggins, let's go back to the original kind of purpose of why this legislation was kind of brought through, because I think this may have gotten lost in as everybody's trying to lawyer this bill. This bill, the way that I understood this as being presented is, it is to all of our small mom and pop that they need to take the most protection as possible to protect the cybersecurity of their customers, their beneficiaries, and all of that. And what you're doing simply with this, if my understanding is correct, is you're making a rebuttable presumption, something that gives them really incentive to make sure that they take all the steps possible to make sure that their customers' data is protected. Is that the purpose of the bill?
Yes, that's the purpose of the bill. Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator C., no further questions? Motion? Oh, we do have an amendment, I'm sorry. Senator Blunt, since there's no further questions, amendment at this time. Senator Blunt's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. I'm not on the Judiciary A Committee, and I certainly don't pretend to be an attorney, and there's things that have been discussed here regarding rebuttable presumption and other issues that I just don't know off the top of my head and would like a little bit more time to ponder. I think that businesses should be protected if they take reasonable steps to ensure their customers' privacy and sensitive information. But if they don't, I think they ought to be held responsible. And it may be that Bill does that. I don't pretend to say, but I'm not for taking away a cause of action against a company that has not done right. And so I just would like the committee to have additional time to answer my questions. Maybe you have questions to keep the bill alive and explain to those of us who aren't attorneys that this is the right thing to do. So that's the amendment. It's a reverse repealer.
All right, Senator Wiggins.
I don't oppose it. I think it's going to go to conference, and it does need some work. I've talked with Senator Williams about it, so I don't oppose it.
Senator Blunt.
Move adoption of the amendment.
Seeing no questions, Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I go to item 180, call that up.
No, we need to do final passage.
I'm sorry. My motion is that we pass it on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
The senator suggests to use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hickman as no. I thought we just adopted. We have not. We adopted the amendment, Senator, but we haven't adopted the strike all. So we need to go back to that. So your motion is we do adopt the strike all?
That's correct, Mr. President.
So all in favor of adopting the strike all, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now for final passage, the senator's moved that, senator suggested that we have use the morning roll call for final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Any senator object, any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Okay, Senator Derek Simmons, Senator Blackman, Senator Hickman, Senator Turner, Senator Thompson, Senator Blunt, Senator Barrett, Senator Frazier, Senator Hill. Anyone else? Senator Chisholm. Okay, you want to read those back? Let's just make sure since it's several.
Voting no or nay, Blunt, Barrett, Frazier, Hill, Chisholm, Simmons of the 12th, Blackman, Turner, Ford, and Thompson.
Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill is passed. Now, we finally got there, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 180, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 162, Justice Court revised filing fees.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Mr. President, I have a motion, and I would like to actually channel my inner Senator Bryan and explain my motion. And as a good Methodist, I would like to do that. And my motion is going to be that we recommit the bill. And if I may explain, this is the long and winding road that is this bill got started with a simple bill to try to raise the jurisdictional limit in justice court, all of $1,500. This bill has taken a route that Robert Frost would be proud of. It's involved people that every member of the bar knows or comes into contact with. And it's a shame for $1,500 that we have to go through this. It's a shame. Because the people who use our courts are not, well, they are the lawyers and the judges. But most importantly, it's the citizens, and that includes businesses. And I think if you talk to any business person in this state, plus practitioners, you will know that it is a frustrating matter to deal with the jurisdictional limit that is supposed to be the people's courts, so you don't have to hire attorneys. It moves fast. That is not what's going on. So as this long and winding road was going on, it came to a head with a meeting this morning at 9:30 in my office with representatives of the, not just representatives, but the president of the Justice Court Judges Association. And we had a good conversation. And without getting into specifics, the specifics are that, without getting into specifics, the tenor of it was, we're going to work on this after the session, which I'm fine in doing. But it was made clear that we're not going to come back here and do this again next year. I will be working on it as closely and specifically as can. I've been told that the Justice Court judges have their conferences in April and October. We're going to be working on that. The issue has been, and I'm straight up about this, is that the Justice Court judges have wanted a, quote, raise for a part-time job where Justice Court judges probably make around $53,000. And I get that number from talking to my own Justice Court judge. So back to Senator Polk's earlier debate we had, They had raises, and here we are making $10,000. That's fine. That's what we signed up for in that sense. So to that point, we're going to work on this to get this raised and to make sure that the jurisdictional limit is increased so that our citizens have a court system. And I do appreciate having the meeting and meeting with the judges, but let me also say it's also the circuit clerks. So the circuit clerks weren't happy when the Senate bill came around. We put an amendment in, and they got somewhat happy, okay? Which leads to a bigger issue, which is our system, both in the justice and the clerk system, is paid by fees. Well, what that has done, I've been told on more than one occasion, if you want us to work more, you need to give us a raise. And I asked, what about the citizens of Mississippi who are entitled to a court system and a government that works efficiently? So, those are all the issues. I'm committed to doing this, and I hope that the parties involved will be committed to doing this as well. So with that, Mr. President, my motion is to recommit the bill.
Motion is to recommit the bill to the committee whence it came. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is recommitted. All right, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 181. Call that up. Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1200, Real Property Owners Protection Act, create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we do have an amendment at the desk on that. And in short, this comes to us from the House. The House had a select committee that worked on squatters issues. This is the House companion to our squatters bill, and it's very similar language on that we did to allow, as you recall when we did the Senate bill, that it's creating a cause of action to allow renters, leaseholders to go in and use the court process to evict squatters. And if you remember, and it came up in committee about what's the difference between a squatter and somebody that is, quote, trespassing. The issue is that squatters have not, there's no leases or anything like that, and the laws that we currently have on the books are related to or only contemplate if you, generally speaking, have a lease there, or if you have somebody's doing a criminal trespass. And what this is doing is the same thing that the Senate bill did, which was creating a cause of action for where you're trying to get these squatters out of the homes and the apartments. As we said on the Senate bill, this is a big issue in places like Oxford, actually here in Jackson, and things like that. So, Mr. President, if we could go to the amendment, and then we'll be happy to take questions.
Okay. The amendment, that's your, we have an amendment by Senator Fillingham?
Yeah, it's Senator Fillingame's amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Fillingham, you recognize for amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking up all this. Basically, my amendment deletes the section of the bill that the Land Title Association folks have concerns about because, of course, most of you are familiar with the law of adverse possession. If you're on a piece of property openly, notoriously, and adversely for 10 years or longer, you can go to Chancery Court and make a claim that that is yours, despite the fact that your name never appears on a deed or a transfer document of any sort, just because you use it openly, notoriously, and adversely. And so when we're dealing with squatters' rights and people that come onto a piece of property and are there for a period of time, you just want to make sure that despite the fact that they're committing a crime and they shouldn't be there, we definitely don't want them to be able to then claim, because it's been 10 years longer, maybe it's an out-of-state landlord or something of that nature, then they now have property rights and can claim property rights against the actual title owner of the property. So by deleting these lines of the bill, we feel more confident that they would not be able to affect ownership via adverse possession. That's the amendment. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Turner, for what purpose?
I have a question.
You yield, Senator Turner.
Certainly.
Senator Turner, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does this require a prosecution for trespass? It says commits.
Well, we're deleting these lines, lines 45 through 53, and we would delete this language that's currently in the bill.
So that will not be there at all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We'll remove it completely.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, no further questions.
Move adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. Any questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is passage on the morning roll call.
All right, we have a question. Senator Turner, you have another question?
Thank you. So I just wanted, yes, Mr. President, I do.
Okay, you yield, Senator Turner.
I do.
Senator Turner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what effect, if any, does this have on a claim for adverse possession? With the removal of the language in the prior amendment?
Yep. I will defer to Chairman Fillingane on that, but my answer would be that that removes the that removes the language that was leading to that. And on that amendment, I did speak with both the House author of the bill, who was fine with that amendment, and who had been in touch with the Land Title Association folks. So that's a long way to say, I think with that amendment that's just passed, there is no adverse possession concerns.
And not that I'm necessarily trying to preserve a claim for adverse possession, but I guess a person still could make the claim of adverse possession. This just does not affect it one way or the other. That's correct. That's correct. And when we were in committee, the sponsor of the bill answered that. And if you look at also line 206, it specifically says that no squatter gets ownership rights by being there. So between the amendment and that language, adverse possession is not affected. Which also means that they could still file, perfect the claim, and the judge could rule however he or she pleases. Thank you. That's right.
Senator Seymour, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Seymour.
Yes.
Senator Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, does it give sole authority to either your police department or sheriff's department to remove the squatter from the property? Or does this take legal action in court?
You have to go through the court process, but yes, the sheriff can be involved is involved as well.
But I mean, he can remove the squatter at the time of the complaint.
Okay, if you look at you have to file it's similar to what the Senate bill was, that you have to file an affidavit, and if you look at line 56, the crime of squatting is when you trespass onto the property without the consent or authority. And then if you look at line 63, to commence the process and expel a squatter, the owner shall file a sworn affidavit with the law enforcement agency, which will include, and it lists all that, in no more than 24 hours, the law enforcement agency shall issue a citation upon the squatter in possession at that time, within 24 hours, and to vacate the premises. And then there's a process to go through court. So there has to be an affidavit, and what that does is preserves, I'll call it due process. So you can't just call them up and say, hey, sheriff, come get them, but you got to file the affidavit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, no further questions. Senator Hobson, do you have a question?
I do, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Hobson.
I do.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You said something in response to Senator Turner Ford a minute ago that confused me about the adverse possession. And I know we discussed this in committee, but you said something that I thought was different than what I heard in committee. Can you explain again how the squatter's rights are affected, or rather how adverse possession is affected by the squatter provisions in this bill?
Well, since the committee action, the Land Title Association in particular contacted us and had the concern about adverse possession. And so the amendment that Senator Fillingane put forward deleted the trespass language, and also in the bill itself, it talks about the squatter doesn't give rights to any person who's on there. And actually, in committee, the bill sponsor also said, no, adverse possession is not at issue in this. And so, between the amendment, this language, and what was presented, my answer should be that adverse possession is not affected. You can still file that if you so choose.
Okay, that's what I thought I understood in committee, that nothing in this bill is going to affect a legal adverse possessor of property.
Right, and I think, as you know, adverse possession, for it to even be established, has to take place for over 10 years.
Correct.
And this whole bill is getting at people who were there. I don't want to say, well, it wouldn't be for 10 years. I don't think you could be termed a squatter. So to answer your question,
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I wouldn't think so either, but I guess that's what I'm trying to reconcile, is if you've got someone that's been on the property for 11 years, and initially it was trespassing, because even though they thought they owned the property, and under adverse possession, you have to have open, notorious, continuous, hostile and peaceful. I never understood that reconciliation, how you put those two together, but that's the possession you've got to have for adverse possession. So if you've been there 11 years on the property, and you think that you own the property, or you think that your aunt or uncle gave you the property, would you be considered to be trespassing under the squatter statute, but legal under the current adverse possession laws?
Under the scenario you just gave, I would, and this goes to my answer to Senator Ford, Turner Ford, that you could maintain an action for adverse possession.
Would you get kicked off the property initially under the squatter's bill, or would you be able to remain on the property under your adverse possession claim?
I certainly think that you would be allowed to remain. You'd be allowed to remain. I certainly think that if that happened, you can raise the issue of adverse possession.
Okay.
As either a defense or a separate claim.
All right. Does this have a reverse repealer in it? I like the squatter's part I'm in favor of. I just want to make sure that we don't create a law that's going to end up causing problems in the courtroom, going to end up causing a lot of unnecessary lawsuits, because you've got some gap between adverse possession and squatter's rights. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to mess up the bill. I think the squatter's rights issues are important.
I can tell you that the bill sponsor has fielded that question quite a number of times, and again, the Land Title Association reached out on that. I think from a legal perspective, speak with them, that can be easily satisfied. But that's what I raised it with them, and that's with Senator Fillingane's amendment. I think we've addressed all of that.
Yeah, nothing against the Title Association, because I've probably given good advice on it, but I would think they would lean towards the side of the title owner as opposed to the adverse possessor, which would be against the current law. I just wonder how we're changing current law on adverse possession. I'll try to dig into it a little bit more, and I apologize that I did not look back at this. I did speak with Representative Yates.
Well,
I did not look
it's not
back
like you're
at
not
this bill
busy.
again after that.
It's not like you're not busy.
All that free time on our hands right now.
Right.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Williams, what purpose?
A question.
Do you yield, Senator Williams?
I do.
Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to break this, but in non-lawyer terms, basically, the adverse possession is negated for a squatter. Is that correct?
Ask that again.
Adverse possession, the claim of adverse possession is negated for a squatter. Am I thinking of that correctly? For example, I've got 500 acres that I never go to, and a guy has a tent. He goes out there and he camps. In 15 years, I go there, and it's obvious he's been living there. He does not have the right to claim adverse possession in that situation. Am I understanding that correctly?
I want to be careful, because you're getting into what actually is adverse possession and what has to be proven. Not only is it more than 10 years, but it's, like Senator Hobson said it's open and obvious, and there's 7 different factors that you have to get into. So if anybody wants to go to law school and do adverse possession, you're welcome to do that, but.
They teach in real estate school too.
Okay. Oh, do they really? Okay.
It's trying to avoid a claim and tighten that up for that type of situation, correct? The different elements that have to exist for adverse possession, that's the intent of the amendment, isn't it? As I understand. Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at. Okay.
Yeah, and at the risk of beating the dead horse deader, so I think if you just look at the 10 years that is adverse possession, and think, oh, I can't be kicked out. The adverse possession has the other elements that you have to do, which are going to be present if you want to maintain that, and this bill is not affecting any of those.
I think I understand.
Yes.
Thank you. I think the horse is dead.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator, motion. I see no further questions.
My motion is passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Okay, the senator suggests to use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye and the bill is passed. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins, 182.
Go to item 182, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read title.
House Bill 1442, conservatorship, revised required certificates for respondents in the state hospital at the time of the petition.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do have a committee amendment, and so my motion will be that we adopt the committee amendment. And as for the explanation, this comes to us, and in short, at the Mississippi State Hospital, North Mississippi Hospital, East Mississippi Hospital, there's an issue going on where when sent in for an examination, the doctors are actually not doing the examination. And so what this is setting out is that if a chancery court sends somebody for mental evaluations at least 3 times in a 24-hour period, that the doctor must do the examination and must sign the certificate. And in committee, we added, there's discussion, good discussion, and we added the petition to have indicating the result of personal examination, along with, we also put in a reverse repealer. So that's what the bill does.
Okay, you move that we adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator?
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye and the bill is passed. 183, Senator Wiggins.
Go to item number 183, call that up and ask the title be read.
Please read title.
House Bill 1547, Consumer Protection Act, exempts certain pharmaceutical distributors from.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have an amendment that I'd like to go to at this time. The amendment is a reverse repealer.
Okay. You have the amendment on the screen. Okay, Senator, you recognize to explain the amendment.
I think the amendment is a reverse repealer. I would like to adopt the amendment.
Okay, seeing no questions, the motion is to adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. To give you the brief explanation, last year we did what was known as 340B legislation for our hospitals. There is, in short, a major distributor, McKesson in DeSoto County area, who as a distributor feels as though, and understandably, that the language was a little bit troublesome to be able to comply with what we've talked about as the opioid settlement, and also the 340B legislation. And so if you look at the committee amendment itself, what was done is, if you look at line 17, a pharmaceutical distributor acting in accordance with the national opioid settlement in response to a suspicious order defined by 21 USC 802. That is legal language to specifically define the opioid settlement that was done, that included distributors and manufacturers. And the intent of both the amendment, both the Senate amendment as well as the reverse repealer, is to get this where distributors like McKesson can continue to handle or comply with both the settlement as well as the 340B legislation. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Thompson, what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Thompson?
I do.
Senator Thompson, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had a couple questions about the bill, and I was in the committee when we put the amendment in. One of my concerns is that national opioid settlement is not a defined term anywhere in there. Do you anticipate tightening up this exemption language?
Yes, that's why I put the reverse repealer in there, and that's what I've been heard. As this has been working its way through, I've heard that, and so yes, the idea is to go into conference with the idea to even tighten that even further. Yes.
Another concern that I've heard is that this is in the Fair Trade Practices Act, correct? That's a code section we're in?
Consumer protection.
And those cases, those claims go to the Attorney General, correct?
Correct.
Those are not a civil cause of, or a civil claim or a civil defense.
The Attorney General handles consumer protection complaints, yes.
So if you've got a civil case against one of these pharmaceutical distributors, is the intent that this exemption from the Consumer Protection Act could be used as defense in that civil suit?
That is not the intention at all.
Would you be willing to work with me as we go into conference on crafting some language that does not allow this exemption to a consumer protection claim to be used as a defense in a civil suit?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And you can even submit your name for the conference committee, Senator Thompson.
I look forward to working with you.
Okay, Senator.
But yes, I will.
Senator, I see no further questions. You move for the adoption of the strike all amendment?
I do, Mr. President.
All right. Senators move for adoption of the strike all amendment.
Did we adopt the first amendment?
Yeah, we adopted. Yeah. We've already done that. Okay, so strike all amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So, Senator.
My motion is to passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Blunt. Senator Frazier. Senator Derek Simmons. Senator Norwood. Senator Turner.
It's in there.
Senator Hickman. Senator Seymour. Senator Suber. Senator Blackman. Senator Chisholm. Senator Turner Ford, I've got you. For what purpose, Senator England?
To the vote.
All right.
I have a pair.
You're recognized.
If Senator Reggie Jackson were here, he would vote no. I vote aye.
Okay. Senator Thomas, no. Senator Harkins, vote no.
To the vote.
You're recognized.
If Senator Jordan was here, he would vote no. I vote aye.
Show the pair. Senator Fraser Simmons, no. No. Okay. Senator Blunt, What purpose?
To the vote, Mr. President.
You recognize?
If Senator Carter was here, he would vote aye. I vote no.
Please record the pair. Okay, Senator Tate, what purpose?
To the vote.
You recognize?
If Senator Brumfield were here, he would vote no. I would vote aye.
Record the pair. Senator Ladner?
To the vote. If Senator Horn was here, he'd vote no. I'd vote aye.
Record the pair. Okay, anyone else? Okay, when you tabulate all that, if you'll read those back out, I would appreciate it.
Voting no or nay: Seymour, Suber, Blackman, Chisholm, Blunt, Frazier, Simmons of the 12th, Thomas, Norwood, Turner Ford, Hickman, Simmons of the 13th.
Senator Hill, what purpose?
I'd like to vote no.
Senator Hill, no. Senator McMahon, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
In the South Gallery, I'd like to ask my friend Jimmy Stevens to stand from Lee County, Mississippi. Jimmy, stand up. Let the Senate give you a warm welcome.
Welcome to the Senate. With 13 noes, the bill has passed. Senator, if you'll hold on, Senator Wiggins, hold on a minute. Senator Norwood, for what purpose?
It was to the vote, but
Oh, well, we've already announced the vote, sir.
I'm fine with it.
I didn't see your light at all, and neither did they, so. All right, so, anyone else? You're welcome to record anything you'd like in the, okay. All right, item 184, Senator Wiggins.
Yes, go to item 184, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1197, the Safe Solicitation Act, create to regulate issuance of solicitation permits.
Make the usual motion.
Senator, make your usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this too comes from the House's Capital City Revitalization Select Committee. They had hearings over the summer where they heard from business leaders, law enforcement, members of the city council, community groups, and JPD, Hinds County Sheriff's Department, and Capitol Police. So this bill comes to address the issues that they heard, and also during that it became also obvious that this issue that it's addressing is in fact an issue down on the Gulf Coast. And so the bill itself, what it is doing is requiring where there's solicitation to have a permit. And just briefly going through section 2 defines solicitation as requesting money or anything of value as a contribution in exchange for goods or services while on any public road, street, highway, median, traffic, island, or highway intersection. And let me say that there was discussion in committee about if you're protesting or things like that. Understand this is only applying if you're soliciting something. And during the hearings, it was determined that solicitation had become actually a hazard, safety hazard to the community. And then section 3 details the permit fee. You have to get a permit not to exceed $25. And the solicitation cannot impede traffic, and the permit that is offered is only good within an area of 100 feet approved of the intersection or permit, and the solicitation cannot occur in a harassing manner and the local governing body can make the rule or the regulations on that. And speaking of the local bodies, Section 6 is actually an opt-out provision. And so if you look at Section 6, states the provisions of the act shall be legal and binding unless a county or municipality opts out of this act through a vote by the Board of Supervisors of the county or the governing authority of the municipality within 6 months after the effective date of this act. And so, again, if the local governing entity does not want to do it, they can opt out of it within 6 months of passage, which I think that's a familiar provision in some of the other things we've done. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose?
Question, please.
Yield, Senator Sparks.
Yes.
Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we issue a permit as a unit of government to someone so that they can solicit near the roadway and they get hit by a car, are we putting that unit of government in a liability position because we gave them a permit to be there?
I don't know. I would simply state that it wouldn't be any different from what goes on with any other permits that they issue. But understand, as it was presented to us and as the House heard, that this is actually a safety issue, because as I understood it from what was explained to me was the solicitation is, I'm paraphrasing, it gotten out of hand, that's actually creating traffic hazards. And so this is to allow it to be safe.
And so the city will set up whatever process they want to do, including if they want to hear input from local people who live near that intersection where everything's getting backed up?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. No further questions. Oh, I'm sorry. Now, Senator Norwood. What purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Yield, Senator Norwood.
I do.
Senator Norwood.
Senator Wiggins, thank you. Senator Wiggins, now, the cities or local units of government will promulgate policies, right?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Did you say that the cities or the local units of government will promulgate policies as to how, I guess what I'm saying is, if the city wants to go further in their policies, and, where you said that, this is for solicitation. If they want to go further than that, congregations, you have individuals other organizations that will congregate at corners, not necessarily asking for money, but could be other.
Yeah, so if I understand your question, and part of that is actually a legal issue that the cities can, and this as a general statement, can put on stricter regulations on any state law because but only within the city. And so in Section 4, it's stating that the permit, they may solicit only with the following terms and conditions. It talks about all solicitors may enter or remain in a roadway only while the controlling traffic signal prohibits vehicular movement. All solicitors must remain within 100 feet of an intersection approved by the permit, shall occur during daylight hours. So that's the state, that's the bill, and then the city could add on other things if they want, but they couldn't take these away.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Wade.
Thank you.
Senator Turner, what purpose?
Question.
You yield, Senator Turner.
I do.
Senator Turner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I remember correctly, this bill was actually presented in committee, and I think it came out of the Homelessness Task Force.
Came out of the House's Capital City Revitalization Select Committee.
Okay, and so I thought what I heard as a part of that discussion was it was somewhat geared towards the individuals who may be on the corners asking for donations, whatever the case may be. And so what I was trying to figure out is what type of permit is likely to be approved under this scenario? I just can't, I could not think of an example of a permit, something that might be authorized under this
I'm going to
framework.
make, I think I'm going to make, this isn't what somebody told me, but to try to answer your question, because I've seen this, I've seen people selling puppies out at Walmart. You go into Walmart and they're selling, we got puppies for sale over here. Well, they don't have a permit. So I think that if you're selling puppies at the Walmart parking lot, you need a permit because that could endanger traffic and all. And as long as you comply with the permit, you can sell the puppies. But if the city, I would argue if you don't have the permit, then you could be in violation of this legislation should it become law. And it can be flowers or it can be things like that.
I've never seen anyone sell puppies.
I have.
At an intersection. And so I guess.
All right, flowers.
I
How
was
about
actually-
that? How about flowers at an intersection?
I'm just actually trying to think of a real life example, and I just couldn't come up with one.
Well, I've seen people come up to the windows and, $1 for a flower or something like that. I think that actually creates a hazard there, and that's an example of that happening.
Thank you.
Senator Seymour, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Seymour.
I do.
Senator Seymour recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, just to make it clear, if a church youth group was going to have a fundraiser, car wash, to do whatever, go on a trip or something, would this apply to them to where they'd have to attain a permit?
What we heard in committee was yes, if they're soliciting something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blackman, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield.
Yes.
Senator Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If this were to pass, would you have to get a permit to do campaigning on a street or a road?
No, because campaigning is not, by the definition that's here, is not soliciting.
Well, it says to request anything of value, your vote is valuable, as a contribution. The way that you contribute to me would be giving me your vote. And then later it says to request any other thing in value in exchange for a thing of value.
Yeah, well, I would hope that nobody's standing on the corner exchanging a vote for money or anything like that, because that certainly is not allowed.
But that's not what it says. It says to request money or anything of value.
Right. I think we're talking about a tangible, concrete thing, not that a vote's not important, obviously.
But that's not what it says in the bill. It says money, which is the tangible thing. Then it says or anything of value.
And I'm in committee, I'm saying that when that came up, as I recall, it does not prohibit campaigning.
Is there a provision in here that says that it does not prohibit campaigning?
Not to those specific words, no.
So how is it not pertaining to campaigning?
Because you're not exchanging something on site. The whole purpose is a public safety thing, to maintain and regulate public safety. And I think everybody would agree, campaigning, I mean, you're engaging in your First Amendment right to do that. The issue, and this is what the task force, I suspect, was looking at, was the unsafe environments that have been created by people just selling wares, how about that word, wares, to people on the street and driving and things like that.
I'm just going on how it reads, but thank you.
Senator Williams, for what purpose?
The question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Williams.
Yes.
Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does this apply to private property?
No.
Okay, so my co-op on Saturday, there'll be 75 people there doing the puppy thing, but that's private property, so it would be exempted in that type of situation.
Right.
Or what Senator Seymour said, if they're doing a car wash on church property, not public property, they would not need a permit.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, that's clarity. Thank you.
Senator Whaley, what purpose?
Question.
You yield, Senator Whaley.
Yes.
Senator Whaley recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, I'm not in Jud A, so I've missed this and hadn't heard anything about it. But one concern that I do have when we're talking about these solicitation permits, and it doesn't affect private property, but it does affect roadways. What about some of the farmers markets that we have all across the state that use city squares and that type of thing? What are we going to do about those?
Is your question, do they have to get a permit?
Yes.
Okay, my understanding is a place like that has to get a permit anyway, and I think when you're getting into this, I'm no expert on on municipal law or anything, but there's times when you have to get multiple permits to do things, so I would just simply state that, that would be the case, that you'd have to comply with any of those. And let me say, I remind you that any local entity can opt out of this. They don't have to do it if the Board of Supervisors or the Board of Aldermen choose not to.
Well, if that's the case, why wouldn't we do a case-by-case local and private legislation for them instead of doing this blanket permit? Because like you said, I'm not an expert in municipal law either. I don't have a clue, and that's the reason why I'm asking. I just want to make sure that we're not opening ourselves up to something that's going to potentially hurt us, especially in the agricultural sector here in the state.
Well, I certainly don't want to hurt any of the agriculture like that. And again, this came from the House's Capital City Select Committee. I think it's safe to say that a lot of this is aimed with things maybe going on in the capital city, but as you heard, there was somebody from who testified from the Gulf Coast who does the Better Way to Give program, who we have down there, I forget the name of it, but we have shelters down there and things too. So they're looking at it as a statewide issue and problem, if you will. That's why the opt-out is in there. And I would say I don't think it's a bad idea to have public safety be protected, which is what you're doing. You're setting out limits of where solicitation can occur, rather than, I would submit, scattered everywhere.
Well, I can understand that as well, but I just feel like there's so many questions that are unanswered on this. I'd like to ask a few more questions later on as this goes on through.
Okay, sure.
Senator Norwood, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Norwood?
I do.
Senator Wiggins, you referred to the, I guess, for better lack, the select committee, the House Select Committee. Do we have any, did they provide you all with a written copy of, I guess, all of the developments that led to this legislation?
Did not, no.
Did not, okay. Thank you.
Senator Hickman, what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Hickman.
I do.
Senator Hickman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one question. If a municipality or a local government wanted to institute a local ordinance that does this, is there anything in our law that prohibits them from doing that?
Can you restate your question?
So if a local ordinance wanted to institute a permitting process for their municipality, is there anything in law that keeps them from doing that right now?
Not that I know of right now.
So basically, if this is a problem for municipalities, they could adopt local ordinance and handle this issue on their own?
They could, but also if this becomes law, they can opt out and then it's taken care of.
Well, you know, we're in a state where we don't like the federal government telling us what to do and putting all these regulations on us. I don't think we should do that to municipalities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Okay, we have Senator Hickman, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Blackman, Senator Derek Simmons, Senator Sarita Simmons, Senator Thomas, Senator Frazier, Senator Rhodes, Senator Whaley. Is that DeBar back there? Senator DeBar? Younger? Seymour? Yeah. Anyone else? All right. So, you want to tell me how many, please? With 12 noes, the bill has passed. All right, Senator Parks, did you wish to be? Okay, I'm sorry. You beat her to the podium. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 185, House Bill 13, have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 13, Community and Junior Colleges authorized to administer certain construction and maintenance contracts and exempt from DFA oversight.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Parker.
Mr. President, I'd like to call up the committee amendment and ask that a substitute amendment be recognized in lieu of the original amendment. And I do have copies of those that have been produced by council, and it's going to be on the screen.
Okay, is the amendment on the screen? Okay, you recognize it's not? Ready? Okay, you recognize to tell us.
Thank you, Mr. President. What House Bill 13 does, currently the Department of Finance Administration oversees architectural contracts for CJCs through Code Section 3111.3. There is currently an exemption for community college projects that are self-funded. What this language would do is it would add an additional exemption for community colleges under certain provisions to allow self-management of some projects. So what we did on this bill is the House sent over language. I got together with Senator Boyd and Senator Hobson, along with IHL, the Community College Board, including Kel Smith. We kind of had what I would describe as a little mini kind of conference on some of the issues as we saw it. And so the language you have in front of you is the result of those collaborations. So I'll kind of walk you through the little change here.
Okay.
I'll walk you through the changes here. So the new language, this would be the only language. So if you have the original bill, if you pull up the original bill, that section is not going to be there. What you have in front of you is the only new language that would be added to the current section. And so what it would say is that the Mississippi Community College Board shall establish criteria for projects up to $10 million in value in order to make a determination to whether a community college may self-manage capital projects funded in whole or in part by general obligation bonds or other state source funds appropriated in lieu of general obligation bonds of the state of Mississippi. The criteria to be considered shall include whether the community college employs applicable full-time personnel, including licensed architects, qualified construction engineers, and other experienced employees designated for the management of the construction of capital projects. The board may include additional criteria in making its determination, including site visits, existing college policies, and other relevant qualifications that may exist. Upon application by a community college for approval of an eligible self-management capital project, the board shall consider all criteria and make a determination at a meeting of the Mississippi Community College Board. Subsequent to a favorable approval determination by the Mississippi Community College Board, the established Board of Trustees of each college shall make a second determination as to whether it is in the best interest of the college to procure and self-manage such contracts. If the criteria are met and the local board further determines that self-management is appropriate, a memorandum of understanding shall be executed by the Mississippi Community College Board and the college. So what we tried to address here is there certainly are some potential community colleges that have these technical managers, engineers, and other expert staff on hand, much like we have at some of our institutions of higher learning. There are also maybe some that do not employ those same resources. And we wanted to be sure on this that we were not making this so broad that any and all of these contracts could be self-managed. But in the event that the community college does have these resources available and has the integral people there to make these decisions to manage this, we wanted to make it a little easier process to get to this result. Again, this is something that has been sent to and made aware. This has been made aware to all 16 of CJC presidents. As it came to us, it did not have a threshold in it. The community college board originally, when we in meetings started talking about a dollar amount, suggested 20 million. After consultation between the other chairs that I mentioned, we felt that in starting this, we should lower it much, much lower than that, and we settled in at 10 million because we want to see how this works and want to make sure that this is indeed a good idea that can, hopefully make these projects happen quicker, allow the CJCs that can do this to better manage dollars and to and erect these buildings in a more expeditious type of manner. So I yield for questions on the substitute amendment.
Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose?
Question?
You yield, Senator Turner?
Certainly.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree this is an improvement from what was originally presented. My question is, was the Bureau of Buildings or DFA a part of these discussions to formulate this?
Yes, I'm sorry. Ms. Liz Welch was in the meetings with us in the roundtable, and as we discussed it, I think this would be something that would improve their work. And I think, I can't speak for them, but the impression coming out of the meeting was that this would be favorable to them in their deliberations and what they need to do as well. Yes, great question.
Was there any interest expressed in them being a part of the decision? Because as I understand this, if the community colleges think that the project can be managed, that they are making this decision among themselves. It does not involve the Bureau of Buildings or DFA. Am I correct in stating that?
So right now what we're granting is an exemption from the DFA oversight in these specific criteria. And again, what we wanted to be sure, because you'll remember this from the committee, was that the local board itself would not just be making the decision, because I feel like most of the local boards are going to vote to try to advance their community college, even if it maybe isn't the best decision at the time, maybe financially. But by putting the community college board as a whole as the first deciding entity in this, and then having them look at the resources of the CJC and say, okay, do you have the engineers, do you have the contractors, do you have the architects on staff to do this? And if you do, then we think as a board you can self-manage it. Then it goes on to the local board, and then the local board has their say as well. And if either of the boards are not in favor of this, then that decision would revert back to DFA, which is under the current statute.
And so I think what I'm understanding from your response is DFA is not involved when this decision is made among the community colleges board or the local board. They are deciding, that's decided at, I would say, an intermediary level.
Right, and so, and the other exemption we have right now is if a community college is erecting a building without any state funds or general obligation bonds, right now, any and all of them can self-manage. They have that ability to do that. This is just granting this additional exemption in the case that they want to self-manage, have all these kind of criteria met, under the $10 million threshold, and the entities check off on this.
So don't entities generally look at projects and say, we can do this ourselves without conferring or, I guess, engaging an agency that may be above them?
That's what I do in my business, but that's not what the community colleges are doing in theirs. So there's definitely some frustration in the process and kind of the timeline, because you may have, for example, a CJC that is ready and able to add another little small dormitory or something, because we're not talking, we're keeping it under $10 million. Well, they might have that need and want to try to build that in a hurry, but with the process as it is, they're expressing frustration that they can't get these projects to completion as quick as they would like. And so they see this as a new avenue to allow them a little more flexibility and speed up the process.
And I just want to be, I guess, frank. I've been asked to support this, but I'm having trouble understanding what is wrong with the current system. And just because you can do something faster or quicker doesn't necessarily mean that it is best. Thank you.
I agree, and I think they have recognized that a number of the IHL exemptions allow them to move a little quicker than the CJCs. And I've had, I had a good meeting with some of our presidents, and in the short time I've been here, I am very impressed with the advancement of our CJCs across the state. I think some of them are now operating at a level that I would equate to the same level as an IHL institution. They are not only enrolling great students and moving forward, but they're thinking about the future. Now they want to stay as community colleges, don't get me wrong, but I think as we see them advance over time, giving them more decision-making that's kind of on par with what we do with some of the IHLs is a good thing to move education forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Turner Ford.
Senator Polk, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Polk.
Certainly.
Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Currently, under a similar law, IHL, I think, allows Ole Miss, Mississippi State, and UMMC, which is Ole Miss, to do this.
Yep.
My question to you is, do you have an idea how many community colleges or junior colleges will be able to perform this service as related to the law?
I asked that question of the presidents, and I believe at this moment probably 2, maybe 3 would, with what they have at this stage of the game, be able to meet these criteria. And that's what I wanted to be sure of. That's what we talked to other senators about, is the language that came to us from the House looked to me and others like it would open this up to all of them. And that's not in line with what we did to your perfect example of the 3 at the IHL level that have this. So it will be a limited number, with the caveat that, to Senator Turner Ford's question, if we see one of these community colleges continue to grow and raise themselves up to a level where they have these dedicated resources and advancement there, we might not have to come back with legislation to allow them to do this. Then it would allow the community college board to look at their new changes and see if they're eligible. But it would definitely be limited. They would make the decision. And to just expound on that too, so after the meeting, what we considered, or what I looked at, we had numbers sent to us on enrollment. We had numbers sent to us on physical space or physical building size of each of the CJCs. And so there was some consideration given to making the qualifier be the enrollment of the CJC or the physical real estate of the CJC. And after discussion with colleagues, and I'll say what I consider the work we did on this was, I think we kind of conferenced on it. And the reason we did, and we worked on this earlier, is because at the time we were working on this, we weren't sure if any bills were going to go to conference or not. So we tried to get answers ahead of time to get this. But I do think it'll allow them to more expeditiously do this than if we did put the qualifier on the enrollment or the actual real estate ownings of the CJC.
Do you think that possibly some community colleges and junior college might hire personnel to be able to move into this category that would expend payroll dollars that really maybe shouldn't be spent?
Right. And so that was one of my questions as well. So that was actually a kind of a first or second amendment that came to me. It's actually sitting on my desk if you'd like to see that one. And in meetings, I struck that one down because that was, I think sometimes you and I think alike, because I said, why would the CJC just not hire an engineer and an architect and all these people so that they could meet that? And I shared with the chair of appropriations that we wouldn't want to come back next year and find ourselves in a position where all of the CJCs had hired these staff and we have a deficit appropriation or deficit ask on that. So this language was specifically tailored to try to get around that specifically. And I had detailed talks with Kel Smith about that. And so the intent is to limit this to those entities that can do this and not pretend that they're doing it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Pope.
Senator Butler, for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman.
You yield, Senator?
I yield,
Senator
yes.
Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Help me to understand this. Now, how does this affect your smaller universities?
It doesn't. You know, we and in fairness to the body, we did in one of the meetings that we had on this. We invited Senator Butler and some colleagues from the House and representatives from Alcorn State because we're also working in concert with the Chair of Appropriations to meet some needs that Alcorn State has as well. This does not deal with the IHL level. This just deals with the issues that in that meeting we discussed on the community college side.
So they would still have to submit there to IHL?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Butler.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Boyd, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You for a question, ma'am?
Certainly.
Senator Boyd's recognized for a question on this bill.
Senator Parker, also you had a number of calls from DFA, and I know that they were very reassuring. Can you explain those as well, too, so the body knows that DFA has looked at this as well?
Yeah, and, you know, and we did mention that earlier when Senator Turner Ford was questioning too. You know, I think if you're going to do something like this, you need to have any and all affected parties on board. You know, and you need to ask the questions and get the answers before you move forward. And that's the purpose of the meeting and the calls and the questions. I think we have been very thorough in trying to get this as tight and as good as possible. Thank you, Senator Boyd.
No further questions, Senator?
If no further questions, I move adoption of the substitute amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
If there are no further questions, move passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll calls for question. Anyone object to the procedure? Callers voting no. Seymour, no. Thompson, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passed by use of morning roll call. Senator Barr? Pass and retain. Senator Delano? Senator Carter? Pass and retain. Senator Delano, 193, sir?
193, yes, sir. Bring it up and have the title read,
Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 20, Statewide Digital Services and Procurement Modernization Act established for MDITS.
Mr. President, I need to adopt a committee amendment.
Please proceed. You're recognized to explain the amendment, sir.
Yeah, the amendment on this is just a reverse repeal, or we need to keep this bill alive and put it into conference so that we can move forward with some additional work. So I'll just adopt the amendment at this time.
Questions? Seeing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you. Back on the bill. So this bill is more work that we're doing with ITS. It actually is more duplicative than some of the other, including some of the other bills that we have already passed. But again, we just need to have this available to us if we need it in conference. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for anyone if they have specific questions.
Seeing no question, you're ready for your motion, sir?
The motion would be to pass on the use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Close voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. 94, Senator Delano. Senator Delano passes on 194. Completes the calendar. Anyone would like to bring up anything that was on the calendar today? Senator Parks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. A motion to suspend the rules and go back to item 52.
Motion is to suspend the rules and go back to item 52, local and private, page 4, Senate.
I would ask that.
All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're ready, Senator.
Ask that that Senate Bill 52 through 63 be taken up in block, setting aside 55, 59, and 62.
55, 59, and 62.
Yes, that's correct.
So we'll have in block, Senate, numbers 52, 53, 54, 56, 57, 58, 60, 61, 63, and 64, Senator?
I would also like to set aside 60.
Okay. You're not, you stop at 62, Senator? What about 63 and 64? You're not taking those up now?
I am not taking 63 is one of them that I'm taking up in block. I'm setting aside 55. I only asked for 52 through 63.
I got you. 52 through 63. So that leaves 63, 61, 58, 57, 56, 54, 53, and 52, Senate. So we'll wait one moment while you look.
So, are we okay?
Okay, Senator, we're ready on block. Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
Senate Bill 2016, City of Brookhaven, extend repeal date on tax upon rooms, rentals of hotels, motels, and bed and breakfast establishments. Senate Bill number 3057, City of Boonville, extend date of repeal on city's hotel, motel, and restaurant tax. Senate Bill 3058, City of Petal, extend repeal on hotel, motel, and restaurant, bar, and tourism taxes. Senate Bill 3060, City of Greenwood, extend repeal date on the tourism tax and the Greenwood Tourism Commission. Senate Bill 3063, City of Louisville, extend the hotel and motel tax repeal date to July 1st, 2029. Senate Bill 3064, City of Byron, extend repeal date on hotel and motel tax. Senate Bill 3258, Washington County, extend the repeal date on the Washington County Convention and Visitors Committee and tourism tax. Senate Bill 3264, City of Olive Branch, extend repeal on 1% hotel motel tax and issuance of bonds for tourism and parks and recreation.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Each one of these is just simply extending the repealers for the hotel, motel, restaurant tax, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Seeing no questions, we're ready for your motion.
Ask that we pass those on the morning passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Of course, voting no. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll pass on morning roll call. Senator Chisholm voting no.
Okay. I ask that we go to 55, Senate Bill 3059.
Item 55, Senate Bill 3059. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3059, City of Hattiesburg, extend repeal date on hotel, motel, and restaurant tax.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
This is well, I'd be recognized to explain the committee sub.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, ma'am.
The change in this is a technical error. It was a date that was incorrect in the title, and so that's the change. But this is simply extending the repealer for the city of Hattiesburg for the hotel motel restaurant tax. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Seeing none, Senator.
Move to adopt the committee sub.
Motion is to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I would ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Passage on the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Card is voting no. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes. Senator Chisholm voting no. Senator Parks?
Yes, I would ask that we go to item 62, which is 3263, and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3263, City of Goshen, correct Singing River Mall property description for authority to sell or enter 75-year lease.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Asked to be recognized to explain the committee sub.
You're recognized, Senator.
This is simply, we had to clarify that it was technical. We had to clarify the title. That was the issue with this bill. The main purpose for this bill was to go back and get the parcels correct for the property that was given to the Singing River Mall in 2019. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Seeing no questions, Senator, we're ready.
Move for adoption of the committee sub.
Motion to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes now, Senator.
Passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none. Passes.
I would like to go to item 64, Senate Bill 3267.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3267, Greenwood Utilities Commission authorized to bottle and sell its water directly to consumers.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I move adoption of the committee sub.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Oh, sorry. Recognize to explain it, yes. This particular bill was for Greenwood Utilities. They're wanting to bottle their water and diversify their revenue streams. So this would be solely for the purpose of reinvesting in the infrastructure of the Greenwood Utilities Commission. We had unanimous consent was provided. Happy to answer any questions.
Seeing none, Senator, ready on your committee substitute.
Move to adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call is requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Seymour, no. Anyone else? Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator. Okay, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 167. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1450, Small Loan Regulatory Law, authorized licensee to charge fee for non-recording insurance in lieu of recording costs.
Make the usual motion.
The usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like you to recognize Senator McMahon to explain the bill.
Senator McMahon, you're recognized. Senator McMahon.
One moment, Mr. President. We confirm with staff attorneys. Mr. President, I'm ready to proceed with your permission.
Please proceed, Senator McMahon.
House Bill 1450 amends code section to modernize the fee structure for small loan lenders. The bill allows licensed lenders to change a fee for non-filing or non-recording insurance instead of actually recording costs when securing a loan. This fee is capped at the current rate for filing at the UCC-1 financial statement of the Secretary of State. So that's what it does. I yield for any questions. There is an amendment. If there are any questions, let's discuss the amendment.
Seeing no questions, you ready, Senator?
Put the amendment on the screen. My
moment.
motion is that we add reverse repealer to this legislation. I yield for any questions. If there aren't any questions, I'll move for adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
If there aren't any questions, I move for final passage based on the morning roll call.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
I will.
Can you give an example of what type of business that you're talking about? What kind of licensee?
Sure. So when people take out small loans,
Payday loans or?
It's auto club. It's auto club memberships or small loans for property or things of that nature. There's a filing fee with the Secretary of State's office, and some lenders are currently not doing that. They're just filing a fee and not filing with the Secretary of State's. They're self-insuring is what they're doing.
Okay, so is this going to require them to file with the Secretary of State?
No, ma'am. It's codifying what they're already doing. There was a commissioner's opinion several years ago, not the current commissioner, but several years ago, there was a banking commissioner that gave an opinion that lenders could self-insure and that they could do this type of work. It's normally an $8 to $10 fee, that they could do their own filing without filing with the Secretary of State's office. The current commissioner, is my understanding, believes that needs to be codified.
Which commissioner?
Rashonda Kelly, banking commissioner.
Banking commissioner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Senator Bryan, for what purpose? Speak on final passage. We're there. Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
Oh my, I'd like to tell you why I think this is a bad piece of legislation. And it starts some years back when small loan companies traditionally would take security interest in all household furniture. So that if the loan was not repaid, they would go repossess all the furniture that the individual owned. And they had to deal with it in a commercially reasonable manner. Sometimes it was a commercially reasonable manner just to haul the family's furniture to the city dump because it was not commercially reasonable to try to sell it and get any money out of it. Ultimately, thanks to federal regulation, you can't take a non-purchase security interest in used furniture. There's no economic value in a security interest in used furniture. It's just a device to make the life of someone who's poor and struggling even a bit more miserable than it already is, which we seem to specialize in around here. So at one point, at least some small loan companies realized that it was not even worth the filing fee to go file the security interest. And so they were not filing the financing statement down at the courthouse, but instead of charging a filing fee, they started charging a non-filing fee. And they would charge the poor soul the amount of the filing fee, but they would call it a non-filing fee. And that was so outrageous that it worked its way up to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said, no, this isn't authorized. You're authorized 36% interest in this fee and that fee and the other fee, but you're just not authorized this one, so you can't do it. At which point, Of course, they rushed to the legislature to overturn any pro-consumer ruling you ever might get out of the state Supreme Court. And there was legislation going through to authorize the non-filing fee. And bless his heart, you know, Brad Dye told me this, and he's right, and I've said it a number of times. What all of us who hold public office and serve in the legislature really get out of this, personally, is not a pile of money, because there's not money or fame or anything like that. It's the friends we make. It's the people we'd never get to meet otherwise, the people we get to deal with, and that really means a lot to you. And I've told people, I think it's true of all of us, if I was in jail in any of these 82 counties of the state, I could call somebody who would come down and check on me. It might not get me out, but they'd at least come see if I was okay. And so because of that, I got to know Aubrey Patterson, who was just a wonderful individual. But at that time, he was head of the Bank of Mississippi. And they, of course, had a small loan company. And I started talking to him about the legislation concerning the non-filing fee. And bless his heart, Aubrey couldn't even keep a straight face while discussing it. But it's just an overreach. We didn't need it. Well, I don't know where we are now. But apparently, the small loan companies are doing okay, because there's small loan companies all over the place. We don't have a shortage. They're not all getting ready to leave the state and stop being job creators and on and on and on. And they get to charge a lot of interest, and some of that's justifiable. You're making loans in very small amounts, and there's a lot of paperwork and expense involved in just making a loan, regardless of the amount. And they get high interest rates. I think some of that's defensible, and they get fees, and some of that's defensible. But you do understand in the real world, when the poor soul's hard up for money, the poor soul's going to sign whatever's poked in front of him. It's just like the pharmacist dealing with the PBM. Do you think the pharmacist negotiates the contract with the PBM? Of course not. They sign what's poked in front of them. That's what I've done every time I've gone to a bank. I've signed whatever they told me to sign. But the only hope that the poor soul has of not being overcharged is the law, because he's going to be charged every penny that's allowable by law. It's already a pretty lucrative business. But now what this is best I understand it, is a proposition for the small loan companies to set up an in-house insurance company and charge premiums to the poor soul borrowing the money for any loss that might come from them not filing a financing statement. So when as time passes and they don't file the financing statement and there's a loss, theoretically they can collect from their own insurance company some amount of money based on a loss that they could attribute to failing to file the financial statement. But of course they're going to collect a premium for everybody that walks in the door. And we just don't need to do this. I worry so much about the folks in this state, and I've said it over and over again, that work hard, sometimes at more than one job. And they work a lot harder than legislators work. I know they work harder than lawyers work. They just have jobs that don't pay that much. And those are the folks that are working, that are trying, that I think that we should be concerned about. This is who the individual is that goes in to get the loan. He's going to pay enough fees. He's going to pay enough interest as it is now. We just don't need to add one more fee on the poor soul. And that's why I'm going to vote no on the bill.
Thank you, Senator Sigmund. You're recognized to close.
Yeah, look, it's basically, I'm going to share with you what the filing fees are at the Secretary of State's office. $8 for financial statement, $10 for a farm product and $10. So these financial institutions can't charge any more than that. It's no money. I'm not going to waste the body's time. The chair and I have spoken. We'll let the will of the body speak. Like I said, it's an $8 fee or a $10 fee. I motion to passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Chisholm, Blunt, Barrett, Bryan, Blackwell, Thompson, Parker, Butler, Williams, McClendon, Norwood, Turner Ford, Terry, Thomas, I'm sorry, Mr. Thomas, Frazier, Hillman, Simmons, S., Hill. Anyone else? All right, Mr. Clerk, would you call the numbers back? Hickman, no. Simmons, D, no. Simmons, D, no. Hickman, no. You need to please read the noes back, Mr. Clerk, when you get a moment.
Voting no or nay? Williams, McClinton, Norwood, Turner Ford, Thompson, Frazier, Simmons of the 12, Hill, Hickman, Thomas, Butler, Parker, we got Thompson already. Blackwell, Bryan, Barrett, Blunt, and Chisholm.
Anyone present? Anyone present? Seeing none, one moment.
No.
S. Simmons was no. Sarita Simmons was a no.
Yes, sir.
18 nays, it passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to enter a motion to reconsider on yesterday's calendar, item 58, House Bill 1461.
58, 1461. Okay, we're on announcement, Senator Bryan.
I'd like to enter a motion to reconsider on House Bill 569, which is item 178, I think, on today's calendar.
569, Mr. Clerk, 178 on the calendar. Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. We want to announce that the Judiciary B Committee will meet in the morning at 9:30 in room 409 for some confirmation hearings.
9:30, 409, Judd B. Senator Thompson.
Announcement, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Ports Marine Resources will meet at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon in room 210.
1 o'clock, 210, Ports and Marine. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author on Senate Bill 3264. 3264.
3264. Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Polk.
Tomorrow there will be an appropriations meeting, 10 minutes after recess.
10 minutes after recess, 216, appropriations. Senator Blackwell.
Announcement.
Please proceed.
Thanks, Mr. President. Tomorrow, we're going to have page pictures with the Lieutenant Governor and the following senators. Senators Fillingane, Harkins, Michelle, Parks, and Simmons of the 13th. That'll be at 9:45.
9:45. Senator Parks.
Announcement.
Please proceed.
I'd like to remind everybody that the local and private's deadline is March 14th. Just a quick reminder.
March the 14th, Senators, local and private deadline. Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item 160 on a motion to reconsider.
160, Mr. Clerk. You have the number there, Mr. Clerk? 160 on the calendar. 1296. 1296, Senator Whaley. Senator McClendon.
Announcement, please.
Please proceed.
Just reminding the senators tomorrow at lunch is first responders lunch at 11:30 or close to it in room 113.
11:30, first responders. Senator Blackwell.
Announcement.
Please proceed.
Medicaid will meet tomorrow at 9:30 for a confirmation.
9:30, confirmation Medicaid in the morning. Anyone else? We were able to dispose of 130-something bills today. Thank you very much for your hard work. So we will not be working on Friday. We should complete our work tomorrow. You're welcome. Y'all did it, not me. So thank you very much. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
10 a.m. tomorrow. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand adjourned.